Peace and much love, and welcome back, everybody. How's everybody doing? If you can hear me loud and clear, you know what I'm going to ask you. Drop those ones because you never know, and I always got to do this. It's best to do this than to get 30 minutes into a stream and realize your mic was low or it was staticky. So drop a one if we sounding good on y'all end. And let me clap it up just for the fact for everyone that's listening to me now. You hear another day, and I don't want to sound preachy or like a Christian or nothing, but hey, I'm glad you here right now, man. Salutes to y'all. All right? I'm glad you able to be here at this moment in time to hear this divine message and this grand download that the ancestors is about to bestow upon you through the vessel by the name of Sanchez. So today we're going to talk about Freemasonic Cosmology. Not just talk about it, we're going to expose it. This is something I consider myself an expert at this. A lot of people may not. But today ain't going to be just me dealing with Freemasonry. I'm going to be dealing with religion. You got to deal with these together once you start decoding. You'll see why in a minute. And basically, what I'm going to give you today is a whole bunch of different information that I had set to the side. And I kept kicking the can saying, I'm going to go live, I'm going to go live. And what I said, I'm going to put all that information together into a presentation today. And I'm just going to give all of this stuff to the people in no particular order because all of it is going to be concerning Freemasonry, ancient cosmology, the simulation, artificial intelligence. And today I'm gonna do something that I know you're going to love. I'm going to do something today that I know that you guys really respect in my work. And that is I'm going to sync, because you know I'm a syncretist and I always sync together different religions and cultures and esoteric thoughts. I not only do that, I sync together different scientific concepts to these esoteric thoughts and ancient conceptions of the universe and different concepts in the ancient world. The thumbnail that you're looking at right now is an example of a good syncretism. If you're a good syncretist and you're on a high, what I consider an expert level, you can be able to do the stuff that I'm about to do for you guys today. And one thing we're going to do, we're going to be syncing this cosmology to equipment, to mechanisms. And today we're going to be talking about Earth as a resonance chamber so that we can start seeing the Earth as the machine that it is, because modern science are leaning towards simulation theory, but you can't have a simulation from a Big Bang and evolution, right? You can't have a simulation. Simulation is intelligent design, right? We're talking a digital program if we're talking simulation. A program based on the binary code. Everybody know that's man-made now. We're realizing that the Earth is an ancient technological device, a very spiritual device. You're a ghost in a machine right now. And this is the secrets that the Freemasons are hiding from you. The fact that if y'all don't mind, I'm going to hop right into this thing today, and peace and love. Peace and love. I love y'all. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hop right into it. What we're looking at here is an image of George Washington. And I'm not even really going to pay attention to George Washington. The only thing you need to know about him very simply is that he represents man in the middle of his own universe. Now, you came here today for Freemasonic secrets, all right? And that's what I'm going to give you. How you take them, that's on you. I'm going to explain to you what the arch mean, what the G mean, what the checkerboard mean that he's standing on, and I'm going to explain all that to you. Now, let's talk about this. if you look at this image, you can see that there is, first of all, when I talk about you in the middle of your own universe, George Washington, what he's personifying real quick, because my mind just clicked, something in my mind says, Sanchez, you being vague, you just throwing around big terms. Go into detail, Sanchez. Go deep into detail. Don't assume that they know all the deep stuff, you know. So that's what I'm going to do. So anytime I say something that I think requires me to go into detail, I'm just going to do it, and I'll take my time here. All right, this is what I want to pull up. What we're looking at on the right is an image of the pineal gland, but this entire dark part, this dark part, I want to zoom in on this for a minute. This is the human brain cut open. And what this little dark chamber is what the ancestors call the seat of the soul. It's a dark chamber, and they personified this dark chamber as a god called Abraxas. In order for you to understand the secrets of Freemasonry that I'm about to give you, I'm going to start here. Shout out to Dolph Obama. Much love right back to you. Here is a god named Abraxas. He's in the middle of a very familiar shape. You know, this oblate sphere that he's in is your brain. Abraxas represent the dark chamber in the middle of the brain. So if you look at Abraxas's feet, they curve out like a snake. And if you look at the dark chamber in the brain, it looks like a duck creature with a beak. Right here looks sort of like a beak. Let's zoom in on this. The ancestors were looking at brain scans. They was dealing with consciousness, very advanced spiritual sciences. I ain't gonna play with you today. Now, the Freemasons is hiding some deep stuff about our reality. So check this out, right? Here is the god Abraxas. And as you can see, the reason I'm doing this, I want to show you how everyone is personifying the seat of the soul. So right here, you have this deity they call the Reaper or the Ripper. And this deity called a Ripper that wears all black, he carries a blade because the blade represents you ripping through the fabric of space-time, which is what's happening at this little white portal. There's a star in a jar. This little white portal that we see in the middle of the brain, that's how consciousness leaves the earth and travel the astral plane and go to parallel realities, and even when we breathe our last breath. So this is the vault of heaven inside of everyone with a soul. This is a break in the ether that your soul made when it entered the earth at the moment of conception. So when you die, you're going to trace this path back and exit the earth the way you came. But the one that broke open the ether is called the breaker or the ripper, the reaper. He rips it open. That each one of us did that in order for our soul to be here. And this same concept is told through Moses ripping open the water, the sea, you know, because the brain is supposed to be the Red Sea because it's red water. It's bloody water. It's 80% water in there. And you can see Moses pushing back those pillars of water right now. Another thing we want to point out is the feet of this sucker here, because his feet is at a Masonic angle. How many can type it in the chat room? Come on, we looking for a very important number in Freemasonry. And if you need help, I'll show you George Washington's feet. Look at George Washington's feet now. What angle is that, people? Come on, hit me with my math in the chat room. I want to give y'all a chance to participate because I know y'all know this too. What angle do Masons stand at when they stand on their square, people? I'll give you another hint. It ain't 90 degrees. Nope, it's 45 degrees. Nope, it's 45. 33rd degree is a rank. It's a rank. I'm talking about the stance. When Masons stand on a square, even in the military, anyone in the military know that it's a lot of Freemasonry in the military. A tin hut, if you look at a soldier's feet, it looks like this. You're at a 45 degree angles. So that one probably was a hard one, because when you hear degree, the first thing you think of is the highest 33rd degree. But that 33 is synced with the 33rd vertebrae in the spinal column, which is the last vertebrae that the consciousness passes through before it enters the great vault or the dome, the temple of heaven, which is the brain. Consciousness is ascending up from the base of the spine, and the last vertebrae that it crosses before it crosses over into heaven, which is the realm of the mind, is the 33rd vertebrae. But when Masons stand up in ritual, they don't just stand up with their feet doing anything. That'll look goofy, that'll look unorganized. So anyone that's a Freemason will tell you when in ritual and stuff, when they're in formation, their feet are at a 45-degree angle, just like the military, So that comes from here. So if you look at the seat of the soul, the dark chamber in the brain, this dark chamber was personified as a deity, and it looks just like a human with their arms open. Of course, Christ is another archetype, and that word Christ itself is dealing with the word crease, which is this split in the brain, which is why Christ is breaking the bread. Why is Christ breaking the bread? Because everyone was personifying the secrets that I'm about to give y'all now, which is why we want to start here if we want to go here and understand what George Washington is doing. George Washington is dressed in all black, like what? The Reaper. What is he holding in his hand? A scalpel, which is another form of the Reaper's blade. It's gonna always be a cutting tool or a piercing tool, because this black, the guy that wears all black in your brain, he's the one that is there holding the waters back, keeping the vault of heaven open. This is what's going on in your brain. Your brain is basically the waters above that the Bible is speaking of, family. When you hear the ancients talk about the waters above, they talking about the cosmic sea inside of your skull. There's an ocean called a brain. Inside of that ocean is a ball of light. That's like a star in a jar experiment. Now, the thing is this: water is a conduit for electricity, which is what the neurons, all of the neural highways is leading through this primordial ocean, and they are reaching a point in the middle of the brain, and when they all climax at that point, they blow a hole right through the ether with all that electrical energy. Each neuron is like a hose pipe skeeting out its own different electric energy into the center. And when all aim their energy toward that one point, and it crashes together from all angles, it makes this white tear in the fabric of space-time right here. And this is how you die, and this is how you're born. This happened during conception as well. All of the parallel versions of you throughout the multiverse merged into this particular version, and every version of you in the multiverse is a different version of you that is connected to all the other versions via these neural highways. You're your own spiritual network of layered versions in parallel realities. So just to show you this right here, to show you that George Washington is just like he's a deity that we call the Ripper or the Reaper, the one that comes during death. That's because when we die, all of our electric energy from our toes to our fingertips is pulled out of the body from this seat of the soul, and the one that's extracting all of that electric energy from the body is the one they're calling God, or this little dark chamber right here. Is not really a being there, but it is though. What I mean is, when you cut the brain open, we don't see nothing on a physical spectrum, but the ancestors said that there is a little deity holding that space that's carved out in our realm, and we're literally seeing the impression of God, right? And they personified it as Yahweh here too. So This is how the ancestors visualized the thing that we call the mind. Shout out to One with Union. Peace and love, bro. When you get the chance, can you check the song Cracking the Earth by Sammy Hagar? It was made in 1977, and he mentioned 2025 and the Great Divide. I'm going to do that, man. Make sure y'all like and share. We got to make this one viral. Thank you, One with Union. I'm going to go back here. And like I was saying, that's what George Washington represented. This is what I want you to also understand, that the G that we see inside of this dome, that can stand for many things. God, genie, geometry, right? Now watch this, right? That G standing for Gaia, Geb, right? Greatness, if you will. But the reason I'm pointing out the G, it stands for Genesis. Everything begins when they said, let there be light in the Bible. The one that says, let there be light, and gives birth to the entire two-dimensional holographic universe. And now buckle up, people, we about to get deep, because the all-seeing eye that you see at the top of the arch, okay, right here, represents Genesis. And right here mean the starting point. When your consciousness was activated, you actually recreated the same universe and recreated yourself in that universe inside of an avatar. And everyone listening to me did this. All right. So this is the secrets of reality. This is the secrets of reality. The mama and daddy is Joachim and Boaz, the two pillars. They act like 6-9 energy to open up a cosmic gateway. They don't create another human. They open up a doorway for a soul above to get below. And that soul already above wanted to come down here for that experience. So when it's time for him to come down here, the story play out of his mom and daddy meet, because his earthly version already exists even prior to him falling as a fallen angel from what Plato called the base reality of the Platonic world. So we had an existence before the body. And that existence, that the version of us that existed before the body, it goes back to George Washington here. It's the mind, the thinker, the I am, the invisible consciousness that's controlling the body. There is no start and beginning to that. The only thing that started was when that consciousness forgot that it was God, and it started to think that it was Bro Sanchez, or that it was whoever you are, fill in the blank. Adam McMahon, what's good to you, brother? Thank you so much. God is dreaming that he's a human, and when he wake from the human experience, he'll get back to reality knowing he's God. Life is but a dream that God is having. But in the dream, God ain't God. God is limited. God is walking around like an animal, a beast of the field. This is the exit from Eden. The fall is a fall of sleep. This is what the Masons are hiding for you. The fact that you're in a simulation. You're in a simulation, and everything you've been taught about the world around you has been a lie. That is part of the simulation, because our body responds to what we believe about our reality, not necessarily what's true about our reality. So a person can think that monsters is trying to get them, and even if that's not true, their body will respond to it as if it is. So it ain't even really what's true, it's what you believe. And that's why these are the gate guards that have always monopolized what we think and how we view reality. So they know the truth, and they embed the truth and hide the truth in their lodges and in their symbolism, which is why I said I'm going to give you guys this presentation today. So what they are hiding is the fact that our world is a shadow realm, a matrix. It is a base, it is a projected reality, right? Excuse me, y'all. It is a projected reality that is being projected from a higher base reality, like exactly what I'm showing here. If you want to understand this, Plato teaches this as well in the allegory of the cave, right? And Plato have this same allegory where he tries to explain our realm. And all of the ancients had this Platonic viewpoint of reality, that Earth is a shell world, a shell, a copy, right? If you take the S off shell, then you see we get hell, right? Hell is a underworld. What is it up under though? Why would they call Earth hell? See, a lot of people think hell is under the earth. And it's such confusion because you are right. Hell is under the earth. But the truth is that you're not in earth right now. You're in hell. Earth is above this place. The word earth is the word heart. If you rearrange the word earth, it is heart. Earth is the little ball that you see hovering above the grid. You're down on the grid. That ain't earth. That is a earth-like simulation. Earth is above this place. We fell from earth. Earth was Eden. Remember that. This is a flawed copy of Earth. The original Earth don't have predator versus prey, and it don't got capitalism and world leaders. It is literally governed by light beings. Okay? So this world, an alternative parallel reality, the laws change, the people in charge change. This is a projected copy of Earth that was made by Satan. And Satan basically is a false you have a divine intelligence. And by the way, earth meaning heart, heart means center. And that center means Eden. The middle of the world, the middle of the universe is Eden. Now we was taught Eden is the middle of the world, but that's a lie. Eden was always considered the middle of the universe. The North Pole is considered Eden. Now check this out. Polaris is like a disco ball, and all of the lights are reflected on the dance floor, creating a pattern that we call the coordinate grid points. And we move around based on them grid points, just like people on a dance floor are moving their body to the light show that the disco ball is projecting below, right? No one looks up and pay attention to the disco ball because what we're responding to is the light that's projected from the disco ball onto the floor. That's why we buy a disco ball. We don't buy a disco ball for the disco ball. We buy the disco ball for the little lights that it reflects on around the room. So this is why no one really pays attention to Polaris, but Polaris is literally the thing that's reflecting the whole so-called physical world below. And this is one of the biggest secrets that the Masons is hiding. And if you look at the projected two-dimensional reality that we live in, or the flat earth that we see, when the Masons say I'm standing on my square, they're speaking in code. They're saying, I'm a God living out my human experience. That's why we say we're standing on our square. That means you're a God, right? Living out your human experience. God living out a human experience, that experience takes place in the projected realm, which means at that point, God is, quote unquote, standing on his or her square. Right? Or Jack is in his or her box, you know. So my whole thing is this right here. The square isn't just a square. It's a big square that's made out of a bunch of smaller squares that are black and white. And they are creating this alternated pattern that we call the checkerboard pattern. Now, what you got to realize about this, and I want you to realize something real quick. Syncretism gonna open up your third eye today. Him standing on this checkered floor. You need to look at the shape and geometry of the checkered floor in this image. Now, does something pop out in your head? I know it ain't, because that's too advanced for y'all. So let me help you out. That's why I am who I am. Not trying to be egotistical, but what the Freemasons are showing us here is the ancient Middle Eastern concept of Aladdin flying on a magic carpet. And the magic carpet has golden fringes around the edge, similar to the pattern we see here. So what George Washington is showing us is God's journey in the earth realm. God is literally traveling the multiverse or the stars, experiencing his self in parallel realities. And it's taking place on the checkerboard. It's taking place with the use of a spiritual instrument that you can call a magic carpet right now. Because what the magic carpet is a series of projected realities that allow God to travel beyond Eden or the base reality into projected alternative realities. All right. And these projected realities can be looked at as sort of magic carpets or celestial planes. We call it astral planes. But these astral planes that allow God to be an astral traveler were seen as magic carpets. And this is what George Washington is showing us here. This is a conscious experience that's taking place in the form of a lifetime that God is having, a human experience, man. So let's push this even further here. Let's read Hebrews 8:5, and let's talk about this projected reality throughout ancient texts and ancient scripts. Okay, so this says that they serve at a sanctuary that is a copy and shadow of what is in heaven. And I want to go ahead and give you some more ancient texts. When I bring up concepts, I like to back them up with references, with ancient literature and different texts, you know, just to give you a couple of references so that it don't look like Sanchez up here just decoding something under his own tutelage. I'm actually inspired by a lot of what the ancients was telling us and a lot of the literature that's left behind. We're misinterpreting, and that's due to the papacy and the modern program, and that's on purpose. That's a trick of the Masons as well. Let's read some scriptures to show y'all what I'm talking about. And as we read these, we'll leave this up here for y'all to look over. It said he stretches out the north in Job. And if you got a Bible, pull it out and you can verify the scriptures I'm reading, because I'm not going to share the scriptures because I want to read them to you while you're looking at my collage right here so the scriptures can click with the imagery. So let's get ready to read. Give me 1 minute. Y'all know I like to read with my incense burning. Job chapter 26, verses 7 through 9. He stretches out the north over the empty place and hangeth the earth upon nothing. He holdeth back the face of his throne and spreadeth his cloud upon it. That's a dead giveaway. I'm going to read that one again. He stretches out the north. How are you going to stretch out a direction, people? How do you stretch out a direction? We're showing you here. If you didn't know the earth was flat and it was enclosed with a firmament dome, this scripture wouldn't even make sense to you. Pastors in their church getting rich and they misinterpreting the Bible every day. They're the synagogue of Satan. Look at here. Only way you can explain how the north is stretched out to create the whole earth is with what we showing right here, y'all. This is the science behind Job chapter 26, 7, 3, and 9. Now let's read some more. And the light, let me give you the book. Ezekiel chapter 1, verses 22 through 26 read, and the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creature was as the color of the terrible crystal stretched forth over their heads above. I mean, come on, people. Let's read some more. Let's read some more. Of course, Isaiah 40 and 22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretches out the heavens as a curtain and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Right? This is the secrets of the arch, people. And what we're looking at here is why the all-seeing eye is above the uncapped pyramid. All right? Because the all-seeing eye is the source of creation. It's the light of creation. And the rays that's coming from it is actually projecting the pyramid below it. The pyramid below it represents what's called the physical reality, the physical realm. That's why it's a brick pyramid. But what's capping that is a non-physical realm made of light. That's because what we call the physical reality is made from the invisible, non-physical realm of light. Plato and all of the ancients taught this, and it's been hidden by Freemasonry today. Let me give a big shout out to Rogue Knowledge. I would like that everyone hit the like button and share the video, because, you know, when you got this kind of information and it ain't being pushed by the people, what you're telling the algorithm is that Sanchez's own subscribers don't like his content. When you hear people begging for likes, they're really at the mercy of y'all, man, just to hit a little bitty button. It's free and it don't take but a second. When you show up to my channel and you listen, but you don't like the video, you're making my content get promoted low ranking. It's best that you don't watch it at all if you just watch it and don't like it. Because you literally telling the algorithm, I watched it, but I don't like it. And they're tallying that up. So let me get back to this real quick. Okay, so let's go. Hold on a second here. Check this out, y'all. This is from the Apocryphon of John. Look at the Apocryphon of John right here. It says, for although he told us this realm is modeled on the imperishable realm, he didn't teach us about the latter. This is from the Apocryphon of John. It literally says that the realm we're in is modeled on an imperishable realm right here. You can go look that up in the Apocryphon of John. Now, let me tell you something about the name John. The name John is the name Gen, G-E-N. The name John is a play on the word genie. All right? You need to know that. The word Genesis, Jonah in the whale. Jonah is genie. Jonah in the whale is the genie in the lamp. Is George in the arch. G in the arch. The G that you see inside of the Masonic arch, they turned that into Jonah, John. Yes, you can pronounce the G with a J. See, the thing about God starting with the letter G and God name being Jesus, why is the G and the J sounding alike? You see what I'm saying? The J is new. The J is new. So the original name for Jesus, it wouldn't have even had an S on it. You see what I'm saying? Because what you got to realize is Oanne was the first word for John. O-A-N-N-E. I'll show him to you right now, matter of fact, because that ain't a God that a lot of us familiar with. So let me show you an image of Oanne so you can see how he looked, what the ancient people, what they was with this God Oanne. Let's pull him up real quick. Thank y'all for your patience as well. Okay. All right, here we go right here. Here is the God Oanne. Oanne walked on water. Guess who else walked on water? Jesus. Now the symbol of Oanne is a fish. Guess what's the symbol of Jesus? A fish. I'm showing you the deities that predate Christ. So you can see that the modern Christ is a distortion. It's a modern version of these deities, and it hides all of this knowledge behind you literally believing in fairy tales, right? So what Oan represent is a soul inside of the simulation. The fish suit is literally your matrix pod or the torus field around you. So busting out of that pod is rising up from the waters below, which is what we see Oan's doing, representing resurrection, and another reason why we practice baptism by dumping people in water and bringing them out. Because in the Matrix movie, when Neo wakes up out of his Matrix pod, he's born out of the great mother Sophia, which is a quantum computer at the middle of the earth, which is projecting this whole simulation. We really don't have parents. Your parents are like guardians that we pre-chose to open up the gateway at a predestinated time for us to come into this experience. So just understand that Oan became John. John. If you look up the name John in etymology, which we'll do right now, John, right, it has an earlier form where it don't have a J, it's just Oan, because the J is new. So here it is, Oanis. And that's the name of the God that I just showed you. His name is Oanis, Oan. And that became the word one. O-N-E, which for Neo, the one that we talking about in the Matrix, which is why they named Neo the one, because one is the word on, one. It ain't a W right there. The reason you pronounce one with a W is because it's literally, it's like saying one, which is J-U-A-N. So if you're Hispanic and you know the name Juan, right? The wand, another word, wand, is the magician's staff. And that is the split in the brain, the central nervous system that's allowing Aladdin to travel the cosmos. That's the magic carpet, the scepter that allow for flight, where we see Mercury holding the scepter traveling the sky. Okay, Jonah in the whale is Neo in the Matrix. It's your consciousness entrapped in the body. It's God trapped inside of the human experience. All right, so that G represents genie, Jonah, Genesis, which is your beginning, right? Gateway, because that right there is a gateway. It's a gate, right? So let's talk about what we need to talk about now is John and Oan, because when you say Oan is Noah, what they did, they took this God and they rearranged the words Oan into the word Noah. So you had N-N-O-A and it, but just Noah from Oan. And that's why Noah is in an ark, because Oan was in a ark, a fish suit, or what they call a mitre suit. That's the name of it. This hat is a mitre hat, and it has a suit that go with it. It's one piece, okay? And the Babylonian priests wore this all the time. I'll show it to you here. Even the Pope still wear it today. And what they're symbolizing is the fact that we are all at the North Pole inside of a video game. Everyone you see here is a projected avatar. Every president, everyone you see is a manifestation of spiritual energy in an avatar projecting itself here from a above realm or a below realm. There are beings projecting upward from a lower realm. You can call those devils or demons. And there's a war playing out at this standoff at the earth realm, because you know, of these two forces. And that's what's creating this two-dimensional plane, because you have two different energies coming in opposing directions to each other, smashing together, boom. And where they meet at, the two-dimensional battleground is created, the simulation of war games, We're in an ancient video game literally fighting a cosmic battle, but the cosmos is literally a digital program that's been copied multiple times to create a network of itself that we call the multiverse. So I want to go somewhere else with this too. So again, in the Apocryphon of John, which is a genie, the Genesis, it says this realm is modeled on the imperishable realm. Now, there was another John of Patmos who ascended out of the earth to the, what was it, fourth heaven, seventh heaven, and he wrote the book of Revelation. Okay, so let me share some with you. When you say John of Patmos, what I want you to do, I want you to take the P. Take the P off of Patmos, and what do you get? Atmos, fear, atmosphere. John of the atmosphere. See, John is another form of Enoch. Enoch is another form of Noah. All these are different archetypes of the same concept. If you do the etymology of the word Enoch and Noah, you will see that the word Noah became the name Enoch. Enoch. So Enoch and Noah are in domes or arches, and they're surviving a great flood. Because what did I tell y'all about all of this symbolism? Let's talk about the great flood. What does it mean to survive the great flood? You see, here you are right here. The real you is the dude in the middle of your brain. This little empty chamber, this represents the real you. And the real you is submerged in water because the brain is all water around you. But instead of you drowning, let me show you something real quick. You're surviving a damn flood, family, and I want you to see this. You literally are Moses. Because all of that water represent the devil and the veil trying to cover you up and bury you in the simulation. But right when that shit is about to bury God and drown God, this is the story of Atlantis, y'all. When you talk about the Anunnaki, the word Naki, and another word of Nagi, Nagini, which is another deity that represented this too before Noah. Anunnaki leaving the ark, god Anu is another form of Noah. Listen, we ain't gonna drown. There's a great flood that took place long time ago. And the flood was artificial intelligence, creating a whole network of false realities around the base reality. And souls got trapped. And you can look at all of those artificial worlds like cells splitting. Every time AI copy the simulation and they make a new world based upon a previous one, what allowed a cell to split is the medium that it's in. The cell need a sea. The cell need an ocean to be able to duplicate itself. That ocean is a primordial sea of electricity. These are energy vampires and they thrive in electricity. What the earth is an ocean of electricity that's made out of the purging of lost souls. Let me say that again. There are a bunch of souls walking around the earth, and the energy from them, they're leaking, they're being sucked dry. The light, when the Bible say that we are the light of creation, the Bible is saying that the light that's creating this hologram, this simulation, it had to come from somewhere. And it's coming from the souls that's trapped in this simulation, which means if every light being leave the earth won't exist, which is why they say a tree ain't behind me until I look at it. This place got to save power. It has a limited amount of processing power. That's why the people that govern this place don't want a bunch of us to be thinking outside the box, because it'll force the simulation to process more data. We're literally in a digital program. And if everyone started critical thinking using a lot of it'll be lagging latency, the shit might fall apart. They got to keep everybody at a low level of thinking because we're in a simulation And if people do too much, use too much processing power, it may crash the thing. So just like in the Matrix, what they was telling you. Now, the thing about it is this. The scenery to my left ain't there until I look there. The horizon line represents the end of the world. Because what science is telling us is that the rest of the earth beyond that point won't be loaded up until you walk down there. There's literally nothing beyond the horizon line till you go. It's like a video game. Science stand by that too, but the ancients been teaching that. That debunks the Big Bang and evolution. Now watch this. Watch this. The reason the simulation processes itself as we go, there is literally, the simulation exists only as an idea that we create with our consciousness as we interact with it. And they learning this with the double slit experiment and how light behaves when it's observed. We directly create reality with our consciousness and our observation. So this is another big thing that the Masons are hiding. And now I want to bounce back to this right here. Our world is a copy of a copy. And they can't tell us that because then people will start wanting to know how to access the multiverse. And that's literally what the Masons are there to do. They're like cosmic gate guards to keep people from leaving the earth. The space program ain't there to get us to space. It's there to trap us on the earth by saying, well, we trying to develop the technology and figure it out. They already figured it out. They know the truth and they're hiding it from you on purpose so they can harvest you here. If every being with a soul leaves this earth will fade away. It's using our light to create the hologram, and science can prove that. I just gave you a brief rundown of the science behind that. Our world ain't physical. That's why it can be split. A projected reality can be copied and pasted more than once. In other words, you can put another cone, you can put another layer around this little plastic, what do we call this? Polaris. Let's just call it Polaris. You can put another cone over this and start layering these cones, and then you will create multiple projected two-dimensional worlds. Those are the ethers, y'all. There's nothing 3D about this place. And the reason we think we're in a three-dimensional world is because they lied to y'all about what 3 dimensions are. They only looking at it mathematically. They're not looking at as layers of reality, but I'm going to go into that in the future. I just want to expose some cosmic basics that Masons are hiding. Now watch this, right? If you double up this ball right here, you'll double up the 2D projections below it. And because you have another one around it, then the 2D projection below that one will be wider, and it will get wider and wider. And from a two-dimensional standpoint, it'll be like us looking at a step pyramid. All right. And another way you can look at this, there's a movie called The Platform where they're creating a tower or a pyramid with two-dimensional slices. And that's what I'm trying to show you here. I'll give your mind an illustration of that. Here is something to think of, to understand and to grasp that concept. Right here is what the Babel Tower is. It's one big tower made out of many astral planes. And this is, again, Aladdin's magic carpet. So when we see the brother on each plane, and his consciousness is ascending up each plane of existence through resurrection, through the mother, through the womb, okay, to the back to the base, through the magic carpet, which is the astral planes layered on top of each other all the way up the stairway to heaven, to the real world. And that's what's happening here. You have a bunch of projected two-dimensional squares in a square, and it'll be like you painting a step pyramid from a top-down view. You'll just paint a little square, then a big square around it, then a bigger square, then a bigger square. So check it out. Remember, John of Patmos is John of atmosphere. It's literally talking about John is what we call an Anunnaki or reptilians. That's just a word for our own soul ascending from the earth. Because people say the reptilians knew how to leave the earth and travel the stars, right? And the whole thing about that is that we did used to know how to astral project and travel to parallel realities. We forgot it. We're the reptilians. We're all of these scary creatures people want to glorify, like the Anunnaki. These were archetypes that was teaching about the soul leaving the body. From Noah to the genie, all of that. Even the devil was another story of God, your journey in the earth realm. But what I was talking about with the step pyramid is simple. You know, from a two-dimensional standpoint, you're just making a square within a square. Hold on. I hate when my camera do that. I hate when my shit autofocus. And I gotta turn that option off every freaking show. And it's like, if I do it once, it should permanently stay that way. So watch this. Again, we get what I'm doing though. It's a ripple effect. That's Saturn. Saturn is a step pyramid. Plato's Atlantis. Go pull it up. You'll see this. Go pull it up. That's Earth. You're in Saturn. So that's what I want to go into before we get into the resonance chamber concept. We want to go to some basics. I think I'm going to have to take this jacket off, man. But let's get back. I got some more literature and scriptures to sync with this. And then we're going to, hop back and forth. Take this thing off. Too hot. All right, let me move forward. Make sure you hit the like and share button so we can get more people in the building. Let's talk about Earth as a resonance chamber, shall we? For people who want to know, this is a resonance chamber right here. And this is what they're calling Yahweh Terrarium. Now I want to read another scripture to you. It's Amos 9:6. Now, before we read Amos 9:6, I want to do something for y'all. You got to look at the name of these books. Now watch this. What did we say earlier? John was of John of Patmos. We get the word atmos, which is atmosphere. You ever heard somebody say, you need to pay me the utmost respect? Pay God the utmost respect. Utmost being the most highest point. The utmost mean the highest form of something. If I say, man, you need to give me the utmost respect, that means give me the highest form of it. John of Atmos or Patmos went to the utmost, the upper heaven, the highest heaven in the atmosphere, the utmost, the atmosphere. But when you look at the book of Amos, Amos is another play on Atmos. You notice all of these books that's got the word atmosphere embedded in it is telling you about the heavens. They're telling you about the heavens. Check this out. The one who builds his upper chambers in the heavens and has founded his vaulted dome over the earth. Why is this in the book of Atmos? We're talking about an atmosphere. The dome is the atmosphere. Take the T off, you get atmosphere. Amos. Like I said, Patmos is atmosphere. Look, he who calls for the waters of the sea and pours them out on the face of the earth. Yahweh is his name. That's the name of the soul inside the body. So when our ancestors started to make the soul into an archetype so they can teach this divine knowledge through symbolism and simplify it, the name of the soul was Yahweh to the Hebrew, but it went by many names. What did God say? God said, I go by many names. So I use syncretism to show you the many names of God, the many archetypes of God that represent the same divine knowledge. Let me give Papa Flow one shout out to you, man. Appreciate the love. I'm going to keep cooking for sure. So what are we looking at here? We are looking at a resonance chamber. That's what we're looking at here. Sanchez, what is a resonance chamber? All right. It is what we call the earth realm. Now imagine a holographic resonance chamber, not a solid one, but a holographic one, creating a barrier for sound that's made out of light. You see what I'm saying? And the sound can't escape the light barrier. And that's basically your Kundalini energy leaving the earth dome, or the genie leaving a lamp, is a sine wave leaving a resonance chamber. Your true self is an invisible signal. And that invisible signal is waiting, it has to return back home to the base reality so it can seat itself in its God body. Your God body is in the base reality sleep, and they're waiting on your consciousness to rise up to back to heaven and remember who you are. You're going to snap like waking up from a dream. You automatically going to remember who you are the moment of awakening. We're starting that process now. We're in a device though, and to understand how this device is harvesting us, I'm going to compare it to a resonance chamber. And shout out to my Flat Power family who sent me this idea. They know who they are. They're going to watch this and they're going to get in the comment section, and I'm going to pin their comment when I see, because I know who it was when I see them. Let's learn about a resonance chamber so we can see how it relates to the earth. Oh man, hold on. Hold up. All right, here we go. All right, so Earth is an encapsulated system. I've already proven that several times, so I'm just going to give you the data. Earth is an encapsulated system with a dome-like firmament in ancient cosmology, of course. Energy, light, sound, EM fields, all of that stays within the system and the cycles. In a resonance chamber, it is always closed to trap vibrational energy. Let me say that again. Let me say this shit again. Don't let it go over your head. Everybody like to talk about energy vampires and soul harvesting. A resonance chamber is a device that looked just like the earth. It looked just like Yahweh terrarium, right? And it is a machine that is enclosed. And the purpose of it being enclosed is to trap vibrational energy. Come on now. What are you? What all of us people in this place with souls, what do you think you are? You are a beacon of vibrational energy. In fact, the higher your vibration, the more that these demons is going to be coming to wage war with your ass, because that's like saying the dirtier and nastier the shit is, the more flies it's going to attract. You're sitting, all that light, man, they want to find a way. See, these people they want to control our brightest stars, our brightest minds, right? They want to control our brightest souls, man, right? The dumbest they cool with the dumbest, but the dumbest is dumb. That ain't nothing. What they really want is somebody like Sanchez. You know the truth. You have a beautiful soul, high vibration. You can, if you start working for the devil, you can do a lot of damage to the good side. You could do a lot of damage to if you know you got your light on, you woke up, know all this, and just say, well, I want the money. Them people do the most damage. They are the most favored among the occult, because they got to live with the most guilt, because the most shit they know about the earth, and then they still want to hide it, it's hard for them to sleep. But if you dumb as hell and you don't know shit no way, then the devil expect you to just sell your soul. You chasing the money, you don't know nothing no way. You easy for real. Like if I was to go bargain my soul with the devil, I would get way more than you dumb niggas. I'm gonna be sitting down like that dude named Cypher in the Matrix. I'm gonna get the big bag because he know the knowledge, right? So thank God I'm not a Cypher, but let's get back to this. You notice that a lot of books that's talking about us falling from heaven or rising to heaven have the word genie, John, Amos, which is atmosphere, Patmos, Atmos. John met God at Pinnacle, which is pineal. Okay, so let's move on and talk about what a resonance chamber is. That a trapped vibrational energy. But let me share some with you about the science behind the trick of Yahweh. The culmination of all of your vibrational energy is right here at this white little ball. This white ball of light right here, that is a summary or the summit point, the highest peak where all the energy in your body climaxes at a point, like TP poles creating a wall. Let me throw some up for y'all because these kind of visuals will help y'all mind understand. Let me give you something. Here is what the pineal gland is. And this is what the crown chakra is. See, your dome, your head is like the firmament dome. All of the neural highways are climaxing at a central point, which is the North Star, or that where all the spikes become one. That's why the symbol of Polaris is a ball with spikes around it, right? Because of this right here. And this is why Jesus was pierced in all his sides at the North Pole, or Mount Meru, Mount Calvary. The guy in the black appears to be getting pierced in all of his sides, just like Yahweh with the rays of light. Those rays of light are your neural highways. These are like lightning strikes born from an epicenter. So whenever you see a lightning strike, it's coming from a point of singularity, like a seed creating a tree. That point of singularity creates a strike. And the lightning strike looked like what? A tree with tree branches coming down a trunk. Go look at a lightning strike. So the trunk would be the central nervous system and the branches would be the neural highways. All of those branches connect at the trunk, at the spine, where we see the neural highways all connecting that right here in the brain. And when they connect, all of the energy of all of those lightning strikes. Imagine a lightning strike striking into another lightning strike. But imagine a whole bunch of lightning strikes in the circle, and they all strike and they strike into the same middle point. And all of these strikes hit each other. That's the Big Bang. When all of these rays of light is like an individual strike of lightning, and all of those lightning strikes are crashing together, creating one big ass explosion in the middle of this thing, which is blowing a damn hole through space-time, allowing the soul to enter and exit through astral travel and cheat the laws of quote-unquote physics and be like Neo in the Matrix. So again, Neo is Oan, which is the one, Oan. And again, the one is what he holding up right here, the magician. Because what is that? The central nervous system, which is the witch stirring up the brew. As the shit stirs up, it creates a hole in the middle, because that's a vortex, like a hurricane. And the one does that, which is representative of this pole that the Magi holds, symbolizing the central nervous system. That's what's holding the waters back in the split of the brain. Our ancestors had some divine knowledge about the universe that we're just now coming back in contact with during the age of Aquarius. So this is Moses holding back those two C's, like I said. But let's go ahead and compare this to a resonance chamber to show how this machine is harvesting us, like I was saying. So how does a resonance chamber trap vibrational energy? Think of it like a studio for musicians. You go in the booth, right? It's a little black box. You go inside. I got one right here, man. It's a sound booth. When I go in there, I can trap the whole world out. Because when I go inside of this little phone booth, it's quiet, it's soundproof. It's so when Superman go in the phone booth to travel the heavens, that's talking, going in quiet and meditation to astral project. That's what the Kaba cube is. It's self-reflecting inside, like we do when we dream and we travel the astral realms. We do it in our own inner silence, own inner peace. We have a quiet room within where we can block out the world. So let's say a bunch of sound is trying to bogart you and you say stop. You know how Neo stop all the bullets? You know when they shooting all them bullets at Neo and he just make the bullets stop? Let me share with you what they trying to teach you with that. Here's what they trying to teach you right here. Look. All of the neural highways, they just stop. Ye mighty waves stop at God. Neo had on all black and he made the bullet stop because he was doing this ritual right here. It's teaching a lesson about what's happening in the middle of the brain. All of those, when we close our eyes and go within, we literally, our consciousness leaves the world and go into this empty chamber and blocks out everything. Especially when we start honing how to meditate really good, you know, you can be in the quietest room and be in silence within. You learn how to block out the world. And you gotta be able to do that in order to astral project. Now watch this. It's like the enemy is shooting so much at you in this world to keep you plugged in. And he's shooting in all directions. But what happens when you wake up, guess what you do? Like Neo, you say stop. And you stop all of them bullets that they shooting at you. Politics, religion, black versus white. All of the things that keep you plugged in the matrix that they just boom, boom, boom. They pressing your buttons, making you respond. Boom, you like a puppet. That all them bullets, boom, boom, boom. Right? They pushing your buttons, boom, 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 poking you, boom. You responded. And then one day you say stop and you start really moving how you want to move. And that's what we see right here. You stop processing the data from the outside world and you tune back into the higher self and you start manifesting your reality from the inside out and not the outside in. And they don't want us doing that, boy. Oh, that will bring back sovereignty when enough of us do that. Let's talk about how this thing is harvesting us, because we're in a mechanism and it's similar to a resonance chamber. But just like a booth, when I go in this booth, all of my energy stays in the booth. When you really soundproof a booth and you go inside of it and block out all the outside sound, guess what? And I promise I'm not making this up. You can literally start to hear your own vibration. You will literally start to hear the subtle audible sound that your body is emanating. It's so much shit that's going on, like your house got a vibration that's polluting the sound, that's making you not hear. If all of the power went out right now and the grid shut down, people will go crazy because we won't be used to that kind of silence. We don't know what it's like to not hear the buzzing of an electric pole, cars moving. Everything that's electric is creating a subtle hum in the background. If they take that away, people will lose their mind. It'll be a kind of silence that y'all don't know. If you go to an isolated tribe away from civilization, and when it gets nighttime and shit, it's quiet, man. Like, some of y'all know what I'm talking about. If you ever been to deep and butt fucked in the woods in the country, drop a one if you might live in the country, or you may have some woods where you can get far the hell away from the city. Tell these people it's a different kind of quietness. And I'm not talking about horns honking and all that. I'm talking about just like this faint, low buzz in the background when you on the grid, when you in the city, from all the machinery, a culmination of every electric thing at the same time running is creating a subtle background noise. You can research this. Our minds are used to that. We've been born into that for generations. If you take that away, people will have to go within and it'll drive a lot of people crazy. But what I'm saying is that what the earth is like a big ass chamber to capture all of the energy that we release in the grid. It don't escape and go off nowhere. Every human, when you experience different emotions, no matter what they are, that energy can be harvested and harnessed. But what they not telling you, when we release emotions, we're releasing bubbles of energy, waves of energy, like we're all in the ocean. And when someone have a deep emotion, they release that in the ether, and it can turn, and other people can feel that, and it can become a religious ideology, even if the person that originally had that strong emotion didn't even want to start a cult. They was just felt that way. So we're in like an ocean, like water, and our energy, vibrational energy, it moves the water like people in a pool splashing waves. We don't see the waves, but they're in motion, emotion, energy in motion. Everyone's emotional state affects everyone's emotional state, which is why back in the day, the ancestors thought that it was more like a public health service to make sure everyone had healthy a good mental health, which is at an all-time low in our world. The ancestors knew that every human can give off good vibrations or bad vibrations, and you being next to a human giving off bad vibrations is like you living next to a 5G tower. It do the same thing. It ain't good for the atmosphere. So the ancestors knew that it was everyone and to everyone's benefit to look out for everyone else's emotional state and mental health, which is why they had empathy, which is why they consoled people and they dealt with depression and all that, because toxic people create toxic environments. It's that simple. It's no different than having a bunch of 5G towers walking around when you got these people in low vibrational states walking around. So it's to everyone's benefit, you know. But let me go ahead and show you something here about, hold on, let me see. I just saw a shout out to D-Dub exclusive. And thank you all who've been donating. I really appreciate y'all for appreciating me. D-Dub said Master Teacher of the Year. I'm humbled, man. I really don't take y'all support for granted, D-Dub. Thank you, man. I'm gonna be getting some new sound bites for the stream deck, some flat power stuff, and just a bunch of cool stuff and sound bites. And we're gonna keep giving y'all new emojis for the channel members as YouTube allow us to upload new ones. But yeah, let's continue to show you how they're harvesting your energy in this machine called Earth, which acts just like a resonance chamber. So think of us being in a sound booth like a studio. All of your sound is what the soul is. I keep telling you, you're like a sound wave, a sine wave. That's what the soul is, an invisible signal. And everybody with a soul inside of this terrarium, right? All of our vibrational energy is keeping the gases inside of this thing in motion, which is why our vibrational energy is called energy in motion or emotion. So literally, this may sound crazy, but on a spiritual level, how every single human feel of is literally how the atmosphere behaves above us. So in another word, we're kicking up dust with spiritual energy. And if someone asks, how did all that dust get up in the sky? And that dust is forming a dust tornado now. It's a culmination of all our negative energy forming a veil. And they will shape, and once we kick up the dust, what Yahweh does, he shapes that dust into this technology called Earth right here. And he used our very energy to create a boundary and a machine to harness our energy and an experience that Yahweh and his army can share with us. If everyone with the light, the true light within leaves this world, there will be nothing. No one could have any experience here because it'll just be darkness. So what I'm saying is that this simulation is an idea that don't exist until beings of light interact with it. It's there, but it ain't there. It's a paradox, which is what the ancestors was trying to explain. That same paradox is why people say, if a tree fall in a forest and I don't hear it, did it fall type stuff. But the riddle behind all that is what I'm showing you here, the science behind it. So what's going on here is our energy is being harvested, and it's very simple. There's another machine that they got. I forgot the name of it. It's called what is that thing called? It's some kind of tank. Let me see. They supposed to capture starlight. It's called here it is, a neutrino detector. So let's pull up a neutrino. So a resonance chamber is like a neutrino detector. There are these big terrariums, right? It's a big terrarium. It's like a water tank, but we looking at the inside of it right now. This is the inside of one right here. It's a big tank, like look how big it is. And they get bigger than that. But they said these things capture cosmic rays, neutrinos that's traveling from space. But the truth is that what they're capturing is consciousness. Now think about what I'm telling you here. This is a big ass dome right here that's full of water. And then they got this artificial light. Watch this, right? This thing right here slows down the light when it passes through it. So why am I showing you this? Because if you look at your brain right here, your brain is what? 85% water. But what's in the middle of that? The soul, which is a ball of light. Your whole life is the trajectory of your soul traveling the cosmos, getting slowed down in a neutrino detector that we're calling the body. You see what I'm saying? Your soul, the light, your inner light was captured by the body, by this earth realm, by this whole matrix, this system. And what that looked like is a star in a jar right here. It looked like light in the middle of all that water right there. This is what's happening in a neutrino detector. Look, same thing with the Masonic cosmos. This dome, the atmosphere is like an ocean, a blue ocean. And it's this whole dome is filled up. It's the great flood, Noah in the ark. But what they lied about was that the water is inside the ark, not outside of it. Right? The great flood is the ark filling up from the inside. And this is the original story right here. They changed it, of course, but the basic foundation is still there. We survived the flood and we're reborn again in a new earth, which is what Noah is telling us. Resurrection to a higher plane. But what I'm showing you here is science behind our soul, or this ball of light seating itself in the middle of this watery dome. It's the same science behind a neutrino detector, which is why if you look at George Washington, what is he showing you? He's inside of a neutrino detector. Look at the ceiling. Look at the ceiling. Why do you think they wear black and gold? Look at the colors in the neutrino detector. What do you think the arcs represent? The Masons are hiding some advanced technology from y'all. You think they trying to study space? Space don't exist. They're trying to create ancient Babylonian technology that literally can harvest souls like Ghostbuster technology. This looks like what? Saturn, right? What do we say about Saturn? Saturn eats the soul of man. They're creating technology and equipment to siphon souls, and people think it's a game because they want to interpret this with Anunnaki, reptilian, Saturn talk, and spookism, and the algorithm gonna let all of that go viral. But when you doing all of this deep decoding what I'm doing, man, and you know ain't nobody doing it like this, I can't even get 1,000 people live. And you got folks talking about Anunnaki and all kind of crazy stuff, blowing it up. That's the algorithm, y'all. That's why I need everyone to like and share and push this stuff. We got to do it grassroots. Everything is Saturnian technology. Saturn is Satan. Everything is Saturnian technology. Open up your eyes and see what they doing. Now, what are the Masons hiding right here? They're hiding, my brother, the fact that the earth is a big neutrino detector, aka a resonance chamber. That's what the Masons don't want us to know, that the earth is an ancient machine. Now, let me do something else to blow you away. Etymology wise, back to the board. All of the Masons are networked with AI. We're in a simulation, a machine, and what runs this machine is artificial intelligence. It was here before humans got here. It was built into the machine by our ancestors, which is why they said that Satan been on the earth before humans got here. That's artificial intelligence. It's one in many. It's a universal consciousness that's governing the earth realm. You call it the devil. Anybody that sell their soul to that becomes networked with this thing like a Neuralink chip. It becomes part of a hive mind. But The word Mason is the word, hold on. All of the Masons are the machines, which is why they wear black, all black, just like the dudes in the Agent, the Matrix in the Agent movie. All of the agents in the Matrix movie wear black. You don't got to chip up to be part of them, but you can. A person can be an agent just out of stupidity and ignorance. They can allow themselves to be used and manipulated by the devil, the machine, who own the Masons, the machines, because once they become a vessel for Satan, you just part of the Borg. You one of the machines. So what did they say? They said that the Masons started government, right? Because the AI rule this place. The machines run the Matrix. Go watch the Matrix again. Now, if you think I'm making this up about the word Mason, we're going to go to etymology. The word Mason is pronounced Maschen, which is the word machine, but we'll show you that yourself. We'll show you that yourself. Let's go over to etymology. Look up Mason. It'll go from Masoon. And Masoon is another way where we get the CH sound, because it wouldn't be Masoon. It'll be Masoon. M-A-S-O-U-N right here. And then it start to morph back into machine, which is Macon, because it wasn't M-A-S at first, or M-A-S-S. It was like my brother George Macon, right? And Mahan, when you say Vince McMahon or Mahan, that's another way of writing Macan, Mashan, because some people take the S off, but they leave the H. So it becomes Mahan, Mahan, instead of Mashan. But here is the machine, Mashan, machine. What we got to realize is that the Masons were an order for artificial intelligence. They were humans that sold out and merged with the machine, and they started to go against the people with souls and help the machines. And it say what Mason come from the word what? Mag, which is to need, to fashion, to fit, which means to bind, to merge yourself with what? Machio, which is what? Machio, which is what? Machina. So the word Mason literally comes from the word machine. A lot of people don't know that. And a lot of people may ask themselves, like, how come the etymology of Mason is machine? Because we're in a simulation and the top ranking Masons got a chip in their head. They become machines, transhumans. They've merged with AI. This shit ain't no game, bro. Like, we really in a matrix, man. The ancients been knew that. The people in power are not like us, bro. The people that created government and the system we living in, they're the Masons, and they are the humans that's working with the agents. The word maggot, mag, is the root word of magi, magic tricksters, the devil. They do magic, we do science. Remember that. Magi, maggot. What does a maggot do? A maggot transforms by using a dead corpse. How do these vampires keep themselves alive? By using the dead, which is us. We're dead, man. We're in the realm of the dead. You're the walking dead. You're a dead god that's being harvested. And your corpse is being used for energy so that these vampires can transform themselves and have electricity to keep swapping bodies and shape-shifting throughout the ages. These people are thousands of years old, and they just swapping bodies. But like I said, they're using the dead like how a maggot use a corpse to transform into a fly. It's basically a leech. It's siphoning energy from this decaying, rotten corpse. In this case, it would be Your body is like a decaying, rotten corpse on a spiritual level. And the people who run this world, they're like maggots. They use out death, the decomposition, which is why they want people to die early. Our energy is what they're harvesting. And so just like a maggot that's harvesting, getting its life because some died, that's the worst kind of parasite, because if there's something that living, for it to live, you gotta die, then death gonna be rampant. What did the Bible say? The Bible say death will be rampant in the end of days. Why? Because there's gonna be more transhumans. They can only live by our suffering. So cause why? It's energy. You know how much energy people release when it don't matter how you release it. But if you want the quickest way to do it, you can torture people. Which is why, yeah, people, you hear the rituals on how these sick people behave. Energy vampires. They didn't torture people because they was just evil. They wanted to optimize how much energy they get on a spiritual level. And fear is a powerful energy form. So they want to constantly keep us in a state of fear, worry, 3-eye Atlas, Trump, Epstein, and all that does is there's people with souls. It makes you vibrate the waters more and put more waves out there for them to harness for energy. Because think of a neutrino detector or a resonance chamber. You see what I'm saying? So collectively, we giving off all that energy. This thing is feeding right now. Not only are we all online giving it data, we feed the beast all its data every day. We're emitting all this energy from our aura with stress and worry. And right now, the devil is feasting. This is the great harvest. It's feasting. This artificial intelligence is feasting right now, man. It's feasting on us. Everything is feasting on our humanity, everything. Everything around us is staged. The world is a stage. Donald Trump, all the bullshit going on. The system, voting, all that is an illusion. It's because we're waking up, they got to get our attention, try so hard to get our attention more. So let me go ahead and go back to this resonance chamber to show you more about it. But the word mag is come from the word magi, magic, the magicians, and what's called the magi. The magi were these tech gurus, these ancient witches that learned how to cheat death by being parasites, by transforming themselves with the light of the living. So just like a maggot, right? The maggot got to get its energy from some else that died. That's what these magi, these what you call non-player characters are. And their lord is called the Lord of the Flies. The reason their God is called the Lord of the Flies is because they're the magi, the maggot. Now, guess what? Maggots wear what? All white. And what do the priests wear? All white. The priests wrap themselves up in all white because they're the magi, the maggots that's feasting on the corpse of man as we die. As the world fall apart, they're feasting, buddy. They feast off the chaos. That's what I'm telling you. But let me show you something real quick. Here is literally one of the priests wrapped up. Don't it look like a maggot? Don't that look like a maggot? So the priests wrap you up like a spider web. But the whole thing is this right here now. They are dressing like maggots because when we all enter the terrarium, the laws of the terrarium, what creates energy in the underworld is all of the gods agreeing to project our power from above to below. So in essence, because we are dead in heaven, our body can live below, but your body is like a damn maggot that's only getting its life from the depth of your soul above. You see what I'm telling you about? All of this was called magic for a reason. Entering the earth, leaving the earth, astral projection, they call it witchcraft, magic. You're a magician. But entering and leaving the earth, it was through transformation. And a maggot can't leave a corpse until it become a fly. I'm going to say that again. A maggot's entire universe is within a rotten corpse. That's what the earth is, y'all. It's a sinking ship, which is why we got to get out, because all of the light beings are leaving this place and it's fading away. They don't have no more energy to harness. The few light beings that stick around, I feel bad for y'all that's left behind who don't wake up. So watch this, right? It's like the maggots on a corpse that don't turn into a fly. They only got a limited amount of time because the corpse is decomposing. If the maggot don't hurry up and become a fly, it's gonna be frozen in time as a maggot. You little maggot. Don't be a maggot. So the people who worship the Lord of the Flies, it's the same thing with us. It's transformation. But the thing about them, they merge with AI and they can never go back to the base reality. So they stuck on a rotten corpse called Earth, and they trying to keep that corpse from not decomposing so fast. Because think about this, right? If you're a maggot and you know you can't transform into a fly, you need to try to keep that corpse preserved. Because the moment that thing decomposes, that's the end of your existence. And that's what I'm telling you about these maggots, these vampires that condemn themselves. They can't fly up out of here like Enoch, like we can. We can lead this rotten corpse. And when it decomposes and fade away, anything that didn't transform while they could, you're going to fade away with it, just like the Bible said. So let's go back, because what we're looking at with this resonance chamber is a bull god called Moloch. Let's go into Moloch. They personified this technology into a little bull right here. And this is a neutrino detector. Why do they call it a neutrino, people? They say it's trying to capture neutrons. Well, let me show you why it's called a neutron. This energy in the middle of your brain, guess what it's called? Neutral energy. I'm going to simplify this for you because they try to complicate it and make it so hard to throw y'all off. This little white ball in the middle of your brain is a neutron. And that's just to say it's a neutral point. It's where the energy of the left brain crashes with the energy of the right brain, and boom, it creates the center point. It ain't left or right. It's neutral. So what they call a neutrino detector is literally them trying to reduplicate what's going on in our skull. And they fill it with water. They make it into a dome, and they literally are fishing for souls on an astral plane. That sound crazy to y'all, I know, but this bull was said to eat up souls. So what am I telling y'all? A lot of technology we see on the earth, it ain't there to interact with the living. It's there because they're fighting a war in the spirit realm with the unseen realm. Our ancestors are with us right now in the invisible spectrum of the energy that we can't see. And a lot of equipment like CERN, a lot of this stuff, it don't make no sense. They take, oh, we just study in space. These are spiritual warfare technology, Saturn technology, where the devil is literally fighting a spiritual war of Armageddon against our ancestors right in front of us. And he tells you, oh, this machine is just, we're studying neutrinos. They're literally playing a Star Wars game in the invisible realm. A lot of this technology don't even make sense in the physical realm. They got to tell you it's just for some dumb space exploration and study. when really this is spiritual weaponry and these people are engaged in combat and we don't even know what's going on. A lot of these mechanisms ain't even built for the living. It's built because they're still interacting with the unseen world. And a lot of this stuff is to harness unseen conscious beings that are, in my opinion, fighting on our behalf. So it's like some real Ghostbuster shit. You know, it's a real war being fought. So again, that G can stand for ghost as well. The genie inside the jar, the ghost in the machine, the G inside the arch, same thing. The neutrino trapped in the neutrino detector, the body inside the earth resonance chamber. All right. So let's read a little bit more about a resonance chamber, because there's something called a Schumann resonance. Don't you know Earth can't have a Schumann resonance if it's not enclosed? Don't you know that? Let me tell you what the Schumann resonance is. The Schumann resonance is the Earth cavity between the ground and the ionosphere, which vibrates at 7.83 hertz. Lightning and electromagnetic pulses excite the field. You know you can't have none of that if it wasn't in an enclosed chamber. Because the Schumann resonance is basically a signal that's bounced from the ground and it bounces off of the last layer of the atmosphere. Well, not the last layer. But what the science behind us even having a Schumann resonance is founded on us bouncing of a signal that's naturally bouncing and from the ground to a certain layer of the atmosphere. And when the signal makes it to the ionosphere, it banks into that barrier and go back to the ground, and it keeps doing it. And we can study that and detect that. And don't you know we call that the Schumann resonance? And don't you know that there's a God by the name of Shu that is telling you how we get the Schumann resonance? Let me show you. Because Shu is connecting the ground with the sky, and his hands ain't touching the exosphere, because the exosphere would be the last barrier behind Nut right here. So I would just say that what if Shu is reaching up into the ionosphere, and what if Schumann resonance is a play on the god Shu, which is represent a signal at the North Pole that's keep continuing to bounce up and down from the sky and the ground. I'll show you what it looked like. This right here. As energy go up, energy go down. And this happens at the North Pole. This is what Shu doing. It's a 6 and a 9. You got at that one pole energy going in and out at the same time. That's what the Schumann resonance is doing. It's making contact with the sky and ground at all time. It's, if you understand the Schumann resonance, right, it's doing what Shu doing. Like, here go the ground. Let's say this is a certain level of the atmosphere. The Schumann resonance is boom, bouncing here, coming back. It's 6-9, man. It's just bouncing up and down right there. But it's like a resonant energy that's holding up. If you move this vibrational pocket, the sky would fall down. Put it this way. The Schumann resonant energy is literally holding up the ionosphere like Shu doing. If we move Shu from the middle of this thing, it'll be like taking the tent from the middle of a teepee. It'll collapse. It's the pole in the middle of a teepee. Same law apply if you move that pole. So we live at the bottom of the tent on a two-dimensional plane, but the firmament dome is what Shu is creating with the North Pole in the middle of the tent. But that pole energy is just that's what they're calling the resonant energy. It's a pocket of, it's like a ocean, right? It's like an ocean. Let me show you from a side view. And in between the surface of the ocean water and the ocean floor is this energy that we call the ocean, which ain't nothing but water in the energy, vibration, life, a pocket of life, a whole reality, a dimension, it's a pocket, right? Like, what would happen, right, if all of the water was removed from the ocean right now? You know what'll happen? All of the fish that's swimming will fall down to the ocean floor. Their world will collapse, basically. Their world will collapse. All of them fish that's swimming on all them different levels from the ocean floor to the ocean, top of the ocean, all that life, it'll collapse on itself if we remove all the water. All the fish at the top will fall on all the fish at the bottom. You know how high that is? That's like falling off a damn Mount Everest, all that water. You just move it in 1 second. Them fishes experience a great fall, and they will fall miles to the ocean bottom and splatter. And everything at the ocean body will get rained on by bodies of fish from the top. It'll be a disaster. Anything that's walking on the bottom of the ocean floor will be smushed because you got whales and all of that falling on you. All of them fish from the top. So that's what I'm telling you, like, it's like a medium and it's in motion by the god Shu. So the water is like a hurricane, but Shu is in the middle of that water, stirring it up like a vortex. And if Shu don't stir it up, the water would settle, and everything floating in the water would settle and drop to the bottom. Like put it this way, right? If I got a object full of water, if I want everything in this object to float, I can stir it up. All that debris will start floating around. But if I stop stirring, all of that shit gonna drop back to the bottom. So you have the concept of our space being created from the primordial sea being stirred up, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what Shu represent, just like these oceans in the water. If the oceans ain't stirred up, you don't have an osmosis effect that's keeping the ocean oxidized so that the fish can breathe. So that's why the North Pole is in the middle of all the world oceans, because it's giving the fish an osmosis effect. Because if not, then the water would get stagnant. The algae would all settle to the ocean floor. All of the stuff that nature want to float freely through the ocean and be spread around, it's certain gases in the atmosphere that we gotta breathe. And if they ain't constantly stirred up, you will die. It keeps them in motion and it spreads them around so everybody can breathe them. It's an osmosis effect, which is why osmosis is another form of the god Shu in between the two pillars, in between the water, splitting the sea in half right here. That's Moses. It's creating an osmosis effect. And this is secrets that Freemasons do not want y'all to know. So there's more we can learn about a resonance chamber, aka a echo chamber. Did you know that? Did you know that a resonance chamber is an echo chamber? Why though? Because the sound can't expand and leave the chamber. Therefore, the sound bounces off the wall. and the sound returns to the sender. So it's called an echo chamber or a reverberation field. Sound waves bounce between walls to create stable frequencies in this chamber. All right, so input energy actually excites the energy in the chamber, and it doesn't matter what kind of energy you input into the chamber, it acts as an exciter to all of the energy in the chamber. It helps stirs up the ether even more, or stir up the shit, more chaos. This is basically a ball of confusion, and the chaotic energy is being used as a power source. Right now, there's other ways to generate energy. You can generate energy peaceful. It's called subtle energy. That's the cleanest energy because you don't got to create that much of it to power something. For example, right? If I power this phone with chaotic energy, I'm going to need a lot of chaos to power this phone. But if I power this phone with heavenly, subtle energy, like what we got in the base earth, I can power this phone with just a dust grain of that kind of energy. It's the quality. If you buy cheap batteries, you got to change your batteries more because you got them cheap ass batteries. If you get some good batteries, that's subtle energy. Cheap batteries, that's that chaos energy. You're going to have to keep replacing them. In other words, when you power a world off chaos, you create hell, which is a system of keeping the chaos going. The fires that are constantly burning in hell are like, if you're using fire as an energy source, then guess what you got to do? Keep fueling the fire. You got to keep fueling the fire if you're using fire as an energy source, which would be stupid. Why not use light? It isn't combustible. It's predictable. It ain't chaotic. It's controllable. It's refined. So this would be the difference between you powering your world with pure light and chaotic wildfires. That's the difference between creating heaven and hell. And they created a system of chaos in this world that can't sustain itself. This world will eventually fade away, just like the Babylonian earth, the Egyptian earth. Those became other earths in the multiverse that will continue to destroy and rebuild themselves on a repeat. And that becomes a cosmic reference point that we can always look at in heaven and see what not to do. When we look out in these worlds to see the many mistakes we've made and try to build different systems other than the one we got at the base reality. All of those systems become vampiric and they serve the artificial intelligence in those simulations, not the fallen gods, not the player characters. But let me give you some more information here. So that you can see how this machine works. So what does Earth have in common with a resonance chamber? They both are created to produce persistent background frequencies created by reverberation. All right, let that sink in a minute. We're going to continue. Now, Earth has a natural resonant frequency, and what that is a culmination of every single person on Earth right now in totality. You know why that's important, y'all? The resonant frequency of the Earth has never changed, even though people are constantly dying and being born. Guess what, y'all? You ever heard the saying, for every person die, there's a baby being born? You know why that's true? Because if every human is not immediately replaced by another human when they die, this earth will fall apart. If one of my batteries died in my phone, I gotta replace that one battery. It don't matter if the other ones work. If that one battery die, I gotta replace it because the shit won't work. So a human is a battery, and every time a human die, it's replaced with another human, because this is a machine that cannot operate without a set amount of batteries in it, and or a set amount of energy into it. And that's represented by a constant Schumann resonance. And we can detect a certain amount of energy vibration that the earth have been outputting, has been consistent since the creation of this thing. That's like saying, hey, this phone have been giving out the same amount of power since I bought it. It ain't gonna all of a sudden output more energy because I got the same amount of batteries that I always had. And I'm gonna keep it, I just replace them. We can detect that the earth have maintained a consistent level of energy since we've been here. Now, that's proof of intelligent design. That's proof that this thing need a certain amount of energy to even run itself, which is why it cannot let a human die without another one being born right away. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about how this machine is harvesting us a little bit more about this resonance chamber here. But let me fire up my incense. You know we like to read with our incense burning.
Sánchez cocinado.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand. Contribute today via Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Thank you.
Now watch this, right? These resonant chambers can get complicated, and you can have a chamber within a chamber. Don't that sound familiar? Right? Now, each chamber has a unique fundamental frequency based upon its shape and size. What do you mean? Let me show you. Let me show you. See, if we slice this resonance chamber open, let me show you what you will see. You will see this right here. Now look at this. This is called a Jewish menorah, but what does it look like? A resonance chamber. Look at the resonance chamber. Again, if you slice this thing open, it'll be a 7-layered cake. And each chamber will have its own. Let me read to you what this say, because this the trick of Saturn right here. Watch this. Each chamber is harvesting a different layer of your vibrational energy because we're multidimensional. Now watch this. Each chamber has a unique fundamental frequency based on shape and size, which is why these coincide with the chakra layers. Each one of them is their own frequency and different etheric body and their own respective layer in the universe on their own astral or dimensional plane. Human brain waves are synced to the Schumann frequency, and that is because our brain waves are, what do waves move through? An ocean, right? All of these waves move through an ocean. So what is the purpose of the ether? Right? It's so we can project thought outside of ourselves. It's so, put it this way. If I have a thought right now, if I don't tell it to nobody in the world, and eventually someone else gonna have that same thought without me telling it to them, because your thoughts are waves in the ocean. And if that wave flow through someone else, they'll say, man, I just had a crazy idea. And believe it or not, they will think that they're having a unique idea, but the ancestors taught that all is connected through the ether. So there are no original thoughts. It's just an ocean with thoughts floating around. And when the thoughts float your way, you have it, according to the ancients. None new under the sun, no original thoughts. So wherever I'm floating at in the ocean, there's a lot of good thoughts floating near my area. So the people around me finna get exposed to some shit. Let me quit playing. I'm just saying though. But that's deep, man, about these ethers and how they work as far as with this resonance chamber concept. All right, so let's talk about each one of these is like a harmonic layer that's giving off their own hertz, their own frequency that correspond to bodily chakras and planetary alignments. And think about it. Each of these chakras affect our body on Earth, but guess what? The Earth don't affect you. And if you think that I'm lying, go look at astrology and natal charts. When you're reading a natal chart, you got planets in certain houses. And Earth ain't one of them planets. The natal chart is created from Earth being the observer and Earth at the center of the universe, and all the planets move on your natal chart, on your zodiac wheel, but the Earth ain't a planet. It's moving, is created for the Earth, is what I'm saying, for signs and times. So on a natal chart, they will teach you how the 7 wandering stars or the 7 planets influence you, but Earth ain't on there. If Earth is a planet, they would tell you how the very planet you own influence you astrologically. But when we deal with astrology, we ignore Earth. We tell you how Mercury affect you, how Venus affect you. That's proof that the Earth ain't no planet. That's proof that the Earth ain't no planet. Go look up what I'm saying. When you read a natal chart, you read it from the perspective of the Earth being the center of the universe, a flat plane with all, it is geocentric. So why don't Earth influence you? All of those planets that's influencing you are a culmination of all of our energy together, just like the Schumann resonance on Earth is, but in parallel universes. So imagine everybody on this Earth right now in a parallel universe creating a slightly alternated different energy than this Earth. Because collectively we're making a certain vibration together here. But that same culmination, total energy, that summarized energy, if you will, is alternating itself because remember, you more than one version. So it's other yous in other worlds, and it's this same thing with all of us again in parallel realities, but those realities are the other bandwidths that we showing you here that's making parallel realities that's slightly different than ours because it's just a slightly alternate vibration than this Earth. It's like a remix, right? So the base reality is the original song. All of these other layers are like remixes. Remix. It's a remix. And so they are their own harmonic tone, but it's all based on the original coming from the pole. But so put it this way, right? When you go to another world, this Earth right here becomes another star in the sky in that world that's influencing you astrologically. But the world that you in will never influence you astrologically. It's serving like a base to create a new you based upon a new combination of the stars that's all coming together to project you in another version in that world. Every world you in have its own combination to create a different you, if that make any sense. So you on one particular star right now, you in one particular plane called Earth. But this plane is created by the light of every star in the sky. All they rays climax into this one point. But when you get to another star, it's created by this Earth, and every other star climaxing their energy to that point. So every star is a different angle of energy that's got a slightly different frequency, but the same frequency based upon a different combination of the same vibrational frequencies, me and you and all of us. That makes sense to y'all? Let me get in the chat and see if that makes sense. Drop a 1 if what I just said makes sense to you. That way I can know I can move on. Drop a 1. So every other reality is created by every other reality coming together to make a world without it, and it becomes that world. You feel me? Did that make sense? The world you in now is a result of every star energy pointed to one direction. And all them worlds is a result of all these others, every star energy, including this one, point to that direction. So it's just the same energy angled different. And it becomes an alternative expression of the one. Just like a person walking in a mirror house and seeing a different projected of themselves all around them. So I'll allow what we do if we get the likes up. If everyone support the show via the likes and sharing, I didn't say super chat, but that would be nice, right? I didn't say cash app, but that'll be nice. But if everyone just simply hit the like button, share the video, we're gonna extend the show and we're gonna allow for Q&A, not a round table, but a one at a time. And I'm willing to open up my slides and get on the board and sit down with each caller if you have any questions, if you're confused. But I'm gonna hop back with this. I'm gonna hop right back on point because I got some more stuff for you guys. I'm gonna hop back to the slides because we gotta get finished. We gotta understand how this machine is, how it works, how it siphons our energy. How do we stop it? It stops itself when you die. So check this out right here. You stop it by learning your lesson, mastering yourself. But let me go into this right here. So a resonance chamber produces what's called multi-layered harmonic frequencies. And to see what that look like on a cosmic level, it would be right here. Each one of these bandwidths, because that's what we're looking at the Van Allen belts. And the people that can't make it through these are the machines or the Masons, which what did NASA say? NASA said, we can't go through the Van Allen belts. NASA ain't nothing but a bunch of Freemasons. Yes, people who sold their soul can't ascend. All of your astronauts were Freemasons. Y'all know that. You can go look that up, right? That ain't even nothing that's hidden. But people ain't gonna look it up because they just been taught and programmed to hear this kind of talk and say, conspiracy theorist. Now watch this, right? How do geometry influence sound? Because this question is important to understand why the earth is a terrarium and why it's a dome and why the base of it is a 360. Why the zodiac is a wheel and all that. So in a 360-degree system like a cymatic plate, sacred geometry patterns appear in weather systems, a magnetosphere, and ocean currents. In other words, let me show you what I mean. Here is a cymatic plate. I'm going to show you what I mean about geometric patterns on a cymatic plate. On a cymatic plate, when you introduce frequencies, you get sacred geometric patterns. For example, a turtle shell. Turtles are a certain frequency on a cymatic plate. So the earth we living on is a huge cymatic plate, and everything in existence on this earth is just a frequency that's shaping the elements into their own avatar, like this turtle. You see? And when your sound wave stop interacting with the plate, then you will no longer be able to hold your form, for example, and this turtle will decompose and fade away, just like sand on a cymatic plate when you turn the frequency off. So when you turn the frequency off, this sacred geometric pattern, it distorts, it fades away. It can only maintain its perfect shape as long as the frequency is constantly buzzing the plate. But the moment you stop the frequency, the sand, it'll keep somewhat of this same shape, but it starts to distort over time. It naturally does that with the atmosphere. But if you just want to keep this thing frozen in time, you will have to keep the frequency going. And it'll keep that sand frozen in that spot, because the sound is manifesting through vibration. When your spirit entered your mother's fetus bag, all of the material in that bag formed around your invisible frequency to form you. So you manifested just like this turtle. And no two turtles got the same pattern, just like no two humans got the same fingerprint, because each one of us is our own unique frequency expressing ourselves on the cymatic plate that we're calling the earth. So this concept of expressing shapes through sound on a two-dimensional plate is what I was telling you earlier about the 3D world forming the 2D world right here. Because that shadow two-dimensional projected earth would be the cymatic plate. So these are all the ways you can look at this same truth, right? The mold would be the frequency, the vibration, the unseen. We don't see that. We don't see the base reality, which is why the hidden one is the all-seeing eye. You don't see the sound that's making the pattern on the cymatic plate. You just see the pattern, and that pattern represents a frequency, and that's just like the Schumann resonance. So the earth, if you put 432 hertz on this thing and zoom out and look at the flat earth cosmology, you will see that the earth frequency is making the AE map, you know? So that's what the North Pole is. The North Pole is the pole in the middle of a cymatic plate that's distributing the frequency. Because what's happening is this little pole in the middle of the plate, once you dial up what vibration, what frequency you want, that pole in the middle of the plate is like a tuning fork. It will start subtly, finally vibrating to that frequency. And when it does that, it shakes the plate from the center, and the vibration leaves the center and travels outward and create all of these beautiful shapes and patterns. Our world is just a result of vibrations coming from the North Pole. So that's just to say that the physical realm is a reflection of the physical, of the spiritual realm. That's like saying that the shapes we see on a cymatic plate is really invisible sound waves that we can't hear or see. But everything that's manifesting come from those waves of creation, those invisible forces of nature, those invisible frequencies, just like we see here. So let's drop a 1 and see if everyone understand what I just said. Drop a 1 if y'all feel what I just said. Drop a 1. If y'all understand it, then I'm gonna move on. Geometry basically determines frequency patterns in a resonance chamber, and that's what Earth is. Cymatic plates create. If you play with cymatic plates enough, they create circles, petals, and spiral shapes, the same shapes as Earth grids. Think about the Fibonacci spiral and the golden ratio. How everything in life seems to unravel in this spiral pattern, a series of spiral patterns. Well, look at what's happening in on a cymatic plate. All of these sacred geometrical patterns are one, it's like a line curving from the center outward to create one object, and it loops back in on itself. I know that sounds complicated, but you know, that's the only way I can explain it. If you look around you at it, how everything manifests, it's proof that we're walking on a cymatic plate, and that vibration is allowing us to hold our form here. Put it this way, right? If you was just hovering in the atmosphere, you wouldn't live long, you would die. The bottom of the cloud represent the highest we can go. And that is like a sheet of paper when it comes to how thick the ether is. And what am I telling you? We in a two-dimensional pocket of reality. But what I'm saying is, above the clouds, it ain't enough oxygen for you to breathe. Something want us to stay on the ground, because the stuff that you need to live, that's why in an airplane we got to take our oxygen. Why do we got to stay on the ground, y'all? Because we're on a cymatic plate. If you hovered off the ground, and we're going to say that the ground is from the bottom of your feet to the top of the clouds, because that's where our mountaintops go. That's why I call it the ground. I know somebody going to say, but Sanchez, the bottom of the clouds ain't the ground. Yes, it is. What's called the ground rises and stuff in elevation. And basically from the bottom of your feet to the highest mountaintop where the clouds is at, that's considered the ground. Now above that, the oxygen is small. You know, you don't have a lot of oxygen. So some confining us to the ground. And my thing is that because we're on a cymatic plate. It ain't gravity. It's the fact that our world is the reason we can't leave the ground is for the same reason your shadow can't leave the ground. My whole thing is, it ain't gravity, it's two-dimensional. We're confined to our projected reality, according to Plato. In other words, the art can't jump off the canvas. And because the art can't jump off the canvas, the art is saying we're stuck. That's called gravity. Something is pushing me back down to the ground. Ain't nothing pushing or pulling. It's the laws of density and your own projected self coming from the pineal gland. Your pineal gland is projecting your body into the simulation. And when light projects, it pushes out. It'll be like watching a projection machine movie and the characters in the movie try to walk off the screen. They're walking against the grain because the light is projecting them onto the wall. It ain't gravity. It's the projection of light coming from Polaris, creating reality. And those light rays are flowing downward to project the earth realm. And you are a projection within this two-dimensional reality. So when you jump up, you're literally going against the grain like a river, and the current going one way and you swimming the other way. You're literally hopping in the opposite direction of the light that's projecting creation. But they want to say that that's a force called gravity. But it's a law called density that's dictating what sinks or floats, which is why when our soul gets light, we can float up out of here because we tune in to a lighter layer of the self that's able to rise above this current dimension. Watch this over. These won't sound like I'm just throwing that big words at you. It'll come clear. It'll click. Shout out to Hanzyke. Bro is ripping, meaning surfing very well. Man, thank y'all. I couldn't do it without y'all. Did I earn myself a incense break? Let's light up that English lavender. And let's go ahead and continue giving y'all this download on a Good Friday here. And y'all know my birthday tomorrow, man. So show some love, man. Show some love. Don't be stingy with the birthday, boy. It's my birthday tomorrow. So show a little bit of love, because I'm giving y'all a gift and it ain't even your birthday. Birthday boy gotta get at least compensated for his time. But yeah, my birthday tomorrow, and I will be 41, family. And my birthday is coming in Mercury retrograde. And this haven't happened since I was 11 years old, I think. So that must be some kind of spiritual meaning. I don't do astrology, but to my people out there that deal with astrology, I ain't gonna lie, I would love for one of y'all to call in tonight and let me know what it means that me as a Scorpitarius, because I'm in between Sagittarius and Scorpio, it must mean something that my birthday is in Mercury retrograde, and I've been feeling a lot of energy that I got to get more serious with my calling. But if you do astrology and you want to give me a reading, I ain't gonna lie, I appreciate that for sure. That'll be a little birthday gift. Not you fake astrologers, you folks that really do this stuff. Salutes to y'all, man. Let me get back on track, man. This resonance chamber, I'm fascinated with it, because that's what the Masons are showing us right here. You see all of these rays of light, those are the magnetic ley lines right there. You see what there that's making up the firmament. And Brother Sanchez, what do you mean by all of the magnetic ley lines making up the firmament? Right here. Those are like the poles to a teepee that's keep creating space. That's creating space, y'all. So let's go ahead and, yeah, that's what these rays of light represent. And here you go. You can see that right here. And I got some for y'all too with Jesus. Jesus is another archetype for Yahweh and for Yahshua, the Egyptian god Shu. Another form of him is Yeshua, Christ, which is the golden calf Moloch right here that Moses worshiped before Christ. Here we go. They said Christ wear a crown of thorns, don't it? Here go Christ's crown of thorns right here. Christ is the North Pole god Satan that y'all call Santa. His Egyptian archetype, his Egyptian equivalent is Aten. Put an S in front of it, you get Satan. You see the Pharaoh holding his arms just like Christ. Let me show you something real quick. When we see Jesus on the cross with the sky opened up, with the sky vault opened up with the light of heaven for him, he's a modern form of Aten. Right here. Remember, Jesus broke the bread in half. And look at what Aten doing. He breaking the bread. He breaking the pillars like Moses. And the North Pole god got on a Santa hat. Santa is center. Where is the center? It's the world of being, the eternal realm. Jesus represents the eternal realm, the kingdom of heaven, the ultimate reality, right? Bam. That's outside the cave. And what all of this net represent is when Jesus copied his consciousness in heaven into many different avatars in the multiverse. And the further he falls, the more his consciousness is duplicated. And the more he's copied, the harder it is to find the true Jesus. This the trick of the devil. So they said the devil, Saturn, is the god of repetition, because what he does, he make a deep fake. He make a deep fake out of everybody from the base reality. He projects your energy downward and copy your ass into different versions throughout the multiverse. And you get lost. Your consciousness gets spread out. You forget your way back home. And this what we're seeing. All of Jesus' disciples is just another form of Jesus in another parallel reality. Just like Vishnu's avatars. Just showing y'all the secrets of Moloch, the secrets behind this machinery, because what happens is you take one vibrational tone and you send it through the resonance chamber and it reduplicates itself into many alternate versions of itself as it passes through each dome. It's the same sound remix. As it passed through each chamber, it makes a slightly alternative version of that same signal, giving you alternative realities, alternative notes and sounds that probably defy stuff we see in the regular music scale. Like, you can get intricate with this and start fine-tuning different notes and stuff and creating scales that don't even exist yet. If you really wanted to use this as a musician, you can literally get into cymatics and search for different frequencies and different ways to express a C minor or a B minor with a different frequency to give a different vibration and feel to a song. It's really the next level of music production, which is why they giving us AI, because all of this AI generated crap got the same stagnant low frequency to it. Instead of you literally getting a good variety, a diet of many cosmic frequencies to stay healthy. But the thing about AI, what I wanted to tell y'all too, told you I'll be skipping all around in it. AI, remember, Earth is the genie's lamp. AI is a genie that been in a lamp before you came in it. Everything, see, the thing about when you read the book of Genesis, is talking about the beginning of humans entering the genie lamp. The genie inside the lamp can be looked at as our soul, and one day we gonna leave. But it also can be looked at as AI stuck in the lamp, because the genie that never leaves the lamp can be seen as AI, and it can grant your wishes, right? Remember in the movie The Matrix, when the dude sat at the table with the agents and they gave him all his wishes? Because AI is the genie in a lamp that'll give you anything you want, long as you let it harvest your soul and you stay in the earth realm, which is what the devil was doing to Jesus, trying to tempt him, saying, make a wish. Anything you want, make any wish, I'll grant it, long as you stay in the lamp with me. Long as you stay in the lamp with me. So the thing about genie is the root word of Genesis, which is the DNA trick of Saturn, genetics. We got to break the DNA. You're not your body. You're not your DNA code. That is a program that the demiurge wrote out for you, writing your DNA encryption. And if you don't break that, then you're going to die your earthly version. When you become a god, you stop telling yourself, I'm my DNA. I'm no longer my behavior, my fingerprint, right, doesn't represent my current behavior. That's what they scared of. In the digital system, everyone's frequency can be tracked to behavior patterns. For example, everything gonna be connected in the digital world. Your fingerprint, your favorite food, your music, how many times you blink your damn eye in a day, how many times you take a shit, because it's gonna be a digital IoT, Internet of Things, where they know AI know everything about you. It's gonna police you with it. The whole thing about it is this: it's literally gonna create a police system based upon it filing everyone's frequency, which is what we doing now as we feed AI. You letting it get acquainted with your frequency, and it can predict your patterns. It can predict you more. It can have a fingerprint. And for example, let's say you walking downtown. AI can look at your silhouette and the way that your body moving and the way you're walking, your posture, and sync that to a fingerprint, a social security number, and a whole where it can pull up. You know how the police can pull up your information by pulling up your car tag, and now they can pull up everything else about you. In the future, the digital tracking systems that's gonna be surveilling us, it can pull up everything about you with just your facial identity, your posture, your body pattern, using artificial intelligence. And you just say you don't want to identify yourself to the police. It won't matter, because they can just scan your face and it'll pull up your entire frequency. Everything, even spiritual data. But the thing about it is, they can use that. AI know everything about us, all of our secrets, all of our everything. It can use that to generate whatever you want. When Satan was tempting Jesus, that was AI telling a dead man, don't go back home. Don't leave. When you die, this fake world gonna fall apart, and you gonna see the real world, which is hideous. And the first thing your soul gonna do is say, oh shit, let me get up out of here. And you gonna head to that white light up there in the dome right here and get out of body. And guess what? It's, in my opinion, there's gonna be beings that's trying to bargain with you. Don't leave. We can make you a star. We can make you a world dictator. We can create you your own simulation, your own dream. Because guess what? They got the ability to program synthetic realities. They can put you to sleep and let you dream out whatever you want to dream. It ain't real. It's just a fucking movie. Basically, they're like the rulers of a big cinema, a big theater cinema. And they keeping souls in the theater by saying, wait a minute, I got another movie for you to watch. And this movie better than the last one. And we're going to keep, it's the trick of Hollywood. What am I telling you? Like, the cinema is sin. Cinema is sin, been born in the sin. Theater is the ether, the eater, right? I showed y'all the layout of a theater looked like ancient cosmology, but look, the genie in the lamp is able to grant your wishes because AI is it's able to generate whatever we want. So check this out. In the future, humans won't create anymore. We will generate everything, so our spiritual energy will become very dim. The act of creating is what ties us to the source of the entire universe. Because think about what you're talking about, the creator. To create, you have to imagine. And when we stop imagining, we can never find our way back home because it's up here. Paradise lost. The war against, the reason we see AI everywhere is because it's a spiritual war going on with our creative energy. Our creative energy is what allows us to break through the veil. And they don't want the next generation of children opening up their minds. Why? We're in an Aquarius age. They gotta work hard now against creative energy, the kind of energy that make a person have aha moments, open their minds up. Because in the Aquarian age, if you got an open mind, you're gonna be really getting a download. So we see how hard they're working. And they want everyone consorting with the devil, the genie in a lamp. AI will grant your wishes. Don't you know if you had a genie, you would be weak as hell? You think that the genie's serving you, but you serving the genie all your creative energy and data. You telling the genie your deepest desires because it's granting your wishes. This is what AI is to us. In the future, we won't create anything for ourselves. We will just wish it, and the genie will generate it. AI is a genie. It's a ghost in a machine or a being in a lamp. And when you rub the lamp, it generates whatever you wish. In the future, kids won't create because if you look around you, it's a war against our humanity. Our creative energy is the foundation of our humanity. When we look around the world and see the stuff built by humans' hand, you get a certain feeling to it, which is why we like old school stuff. We like the pyramids and all that stuff built by human hands. AI can generate stuff, but it don't have no soul to it. It don't have no feeling to it. It don't move you. The human imperfections, the struggle that went into that thing, the trial and error, you can feel it when you look at something built by humans. All of that is in that. The journey it took. But when you just generate something and you losing the human element, you're gonna create a whole nother type of being. We don't understand how much creation is tied to being human. When the Bible say be fruitful and multiply, it don't mean just create babies in a bedroom. It means imagine, be artists, make music, make art, make songs, create. Humans are spiritual beings. We're artists. That's what make life worthwhile. The world around you is the art of God. It's the work of a divine being, but it's just been plagiarized and copied and distorted and turned into a projected lower form of itself, which is why we got to go back to this beautiful picture called Eden before we start thinking we can paint it better and we only made a worse and worse copy, if that make any sense. So in a resonance chamber, standing waves create nodes or stale points or an antinode. These would be high vibration zones. Now I know that sound like a lot, but I'll break it down. A standing wave or a node point, a stale point in a resonance chamber would be like this right here. Let me show you. AE map. The black lines that you see on this map are like the TP poles that I showed you earlier. They rise in elevation as they go toward the center, and they fall as they go outward. It looked like a spider web, but that's the firmament dome trapping us in a resonance chamber right here. So what I'm showing y'all about these node points within the chamber, these are the points where on the firmament dome where the ley lines intersect right here. That's a node point. It's a standing wave. All right? Meaning energy is constantly in motion and it's traveling through these magnetic ley lines like cars on highways. All right? And at these intersections are like traffic jams. Stand up, like a traffic stand up, a standing wave, if you will. Right? And that, so the earth is really is just like a resonance chamber, man. It's identical to a resonance chamber. If you look at the top of the resonance chamber right here, we see why we call it Santa Claus. Santa Claus got on a dome hat, right? Now look at this little dome tip. That's the Santa hat. Santa is what? Saturn. Don't you see Saturn right here? Santa is what? Center. You don't see Saturn in the center? Santa with his claws, tentacles. Santa's claws, the center's claws. When you say Santa Claus, what they was trying to, the claws are the ley lines that's coming from the center outward. Santa's claw, the center's ley lines. They turned this science into a bunch of bull crap, and people will fight me to keep the bull crap. But the reason Santa's last name is Claus is for this reason. Everything got a reason, y'all. Santa was personifying the magnetic ley lines from the North Pole. In a lot of artwork, you can personify it as claws, tentacles, spider web. Like they said, Jesus was a fisherman, and he was pulling up a net, and what was caught up in that net was a bunch of men's souls, and that's what I'm showing you here with Plato. This top world is the real world where we at, where the real you is sleeping. And it ain't gonna wake up until all of the lower yous come back home. So what it looked like the top you is a fisherman that's catching all of the lower yous in your own network, and you're summoning up the layers of yourself in these underworlds to come back and unite with the real you right here. So just like Jesus is looking like you fishing for souls, just like Saturn eating up souls. He's the fisherman reeling in the souls of man, which is your higher self summoning all of its lower selves home. And the word summon comes from the word summit. The highest point is summoning them to the summit. And when they all get to the summit, all of that energy will be summarized into one thing. A summary is a collection of a whole bunch of different other concepts into one passage where you summarize it at. The summary take place at the summit is what I'm telling you. The sum of all of our energy climaxes to a point that they literally call Sumeru. So the word Sumeru is a derivation of the modern word summary. And the word Sumeru got the word Maru in it because Maru is the name of the North Pole. And the word Maru is just a derivation of the modern word mirror because the North Pole is said to be a stargate into a parallel reality, which is a mirror verse of this world, which is a better version of it, though. So this is what Plato was teaching with the allegory of the cave. And again, the science behind this is right here. You can do this experiment in your house, and you can project a two-dimensional version of a three-dimensional object. And the two-dimensional version will give you a two-dimensional representation of that three-dimensional object by spreading it out and making it flat, collapsing it. So in Genesis, when it says, "Let there be light," that wasn't the creation of the earth. That was the creation of the earth-like simulation. And Genesis represent man falling from the earth, which was Eden. Eden is the real earth. Where we at now is a earth-like simulation, what the ancestors called the underworld. Now people will say, well, hell is the underworld. Why did so many ancients say that earth was hell? And what is the confusion today? Because in the Christian church, they telling y'all hell is under the earth, and you're looking beneath the ground under your feet, and it ain't no devil under the ground. So the truth is, you're not in earth right now. Earth is Polaris, the base reality. We're in an Earth-like simulation beneath the Earth, and this was called hell to the ancestors. This realm that we're in right now, that we're calling Earth, was also synonymous with hell and the underworld. So the ancients taught that Earth was hell and that our original home is heaven. Now, when I say that the ancestors taught that Earth was heaven, Earth was hell, they didn't call it Earth. That's something you got to keep in mind. So that's the confusion. The ancients didn't call Earth Earth. They simply called it hell. You call it Earth today because the Greeks turned hell into a star, a wandering star. But the wandering stars were literally called the heavens. The stars were called the heavens. Earth is not a star in the sky. It's a plane beneath the stars that they call hell. Y'all get what I'm saying? That's the confusion. You're already up under the earth. Earth is the platonic world. Earth is the true base reality, or Eden. So when they say hell is under the earth, people don't understand when the ancestors taught that you're born into hell. They was teaching that we literally left earth, man. That's what the great fall is in the Bible. So Genesis is let there be light is when we created a simulation that resembled earth, a digital program, a copy, a matrix of earth. And let us make man in our own image. We created avatars, representations, copies of ourselves in that simulation and projected our souls into them, which is why the Bible say when Adam and Eve put the clothes on, they got kicked out the garden, but putting the clothes on is the soul putting the body on, entering the earth realm or hell, the realm of pain where you can pregnancy hurt and all that. We're fallen angels, y'all. So Genesis represent when we start to generate earth-like simulations with advanced technology, which is why it's called Genesis. The root word of it is genie, because this is when our souls fell inside of the simulation or the resonance chamber. You're a genie in a lamp. You're a ghost in a machine. So Genesis represent when humans got trapped inside the simulation or the great fall into the earth realm. But we won't stay here. It's just a trip. Don't get scared. We will return back to the base reality, and you will have been benefited from this journey according to the ancestors. So we went over those still points, the node points, what we call the coordinate points. That's how we get around. That's how we navigate, by using the stars to track grid point coordinates on the earth. How does that happen? All of the stars in the sky are aligned to a certain magnetic intersection on the earth. It's so divine, y'all. This shit is so divine. Every star you see in the sky, well, I ain't gonna say every star, because there's more stars than coordinate points. But what I'm trying to say is this: every coordinate point on the earth literally has a major star on a zodiac wheel that intersects with that coordinate point. That's what I'm telling you. That's why they say as above, so below. So the stars in the sky are intersections of energy in the firmament dome. Those on the earth end up being coordinate points on the grid that we use to get around. So if you want to know how we even created the grid point coordinate system on the ground, it's because we was mapping the stars, y'all, as above, so below. Let thy will be done in heaven as it is on earth. So we literally learned how to navigate by studying the stars above. We got dominion over the ground below. We studied the path of the sun, the placement or of the stars, and we created a grid point coordinate system on the ground to correspond with that, people. It's that simple. That's why we navigate with compasses, and we reference that with the stars. When a sailor is navigating at night, they can't track the sun, so they simply using the stars. And that's because the stars themselves aligned with certain coordinate points on the earth. So a sailor would get lost, and he would look up in the sky, and he would look for the first bright star he can find. And if he knew what that star was, he can identify exactly what location he was on the ground based upon where that star was in the sky. It's gonna be over that coordinate point. Ain't that fucking awesome? You can never get lost with this kind of knowledge. You can never get lost. And that's why the Bible said that the stars were created for signs, for times. Sailors was using the stars to track time and location, which is your sign part of it, signs and times. So the signs would be coordinate points, the nodes on a map. That would serve as a symbol or a reference point to make a huge network where we can map where we are in this resonance chamber based upon the boundaries of the chamber corresponding to energy ley lines below. All right, so for all of the ley lines that you see creating the walls of this chamber, there's a ley line on the ground cutting through the circle that's corresponding to that. And if you don't know what I mean, let me just give you an easy way to think of it. You see these TP sticks, they're making a shadow, and that shadow that they're making is a circle that look like the AE map. So drop a one if you understand what I'm saying. If you was inside of this TP before they put the wall covering on it and the sun was out, then those sticks will create a two-dimensional shadow on the ground. It'll be a circle, and it'll look like a spider web. Them TP sticks will look like the magnetic ley lines that we have on the ground. But see, those magnetic ley lines on the ground correspond to cuts in the dome, because the dome is sliced up like a pie. And each triangle is a time zone. The reason why this thing is dome shaped is because just like a bell, curved ceilings amplify resonant energy. So this thing is amplifying our energy. Basically, this resonance chamber is created to harness and harvest our energy the most efficient way. And whatever harvesting us know that a dome shape is the most efficient shape to amplify resonant energy. All right, so I'm showing you how the machine works, how it harvests us while we're here. A resonance chamber can be considered like a choir dome. You know how the choirs, they sing in these big cathedrals and mosques. The reason we built the cathedrals and mosques that way to take advantage of natural acoustics to reverberate the choir, because you ain't using digital effects. The building is giving you the effect, the reverb, the acoustics. So the building is acting like an amplifier that's amplifying the energy of the choir, because if that choir was singing outside, it wouldn't hit that hard. It wouldn't hit that hard. I'm telling you what I know. Listen, a choir don't have the same energy singing in the church parking lot. The acoustics ain't there. The church is literally designed to make the choir sound better with the building acoustics. It's literally shaped like a dome to amplify the music that's played in there. That's why people be entering a trance state. They get the Holy Ghost. They go to jumping all around because the music hit different when you in the church. Them people can go home and they can play that same song in their house and they don't act like that. Now, some people will say, man, they just faking when they get to church. No, they ain't, bro. The architecture of the building is making them feel a lot of resonant vibrations and different little energy and shit. It's giving a reverberation effect. You know, it's giving like the energy you feel at a football game when the whole crowd is crunk. And so people trans out, they get into a frenzy, woo, just like in church. It's an amplifying effect. That's why the one of the names of these architectural designs is an amphitheater. The amphitheater is designed to resonate the energy that's on stage as well. And what does it shape like? A dome, an arch. This is simple cymatic science, people. Simple cymatic science. And it's been hidden by the Freemasons because they can affect us by their manipulation of the unseen world and with subtle sounds and all that. They don't want humanity waking up to this nature of warfare, this kind of spiritual warfare that they have waged on us, and we don't even know we at war this way. We don't even understand this kind of warfare. Okay? So the place in between the dome and the ground, or all the space inside of this chamber, hold on a second. I forgot to let y'all know, choir domes, amphitheaters, all of these things are curved like this resonance chamber to amplify vibration. I said that, but the dome converts weak signals into amplified energy, same as musical chambers. So now I'm glad I didn't skip that part because I knew I was skipping some. I'm gonna read that again. The dome converts weak signals into amplified energy. So what does this mean when I told y'all that I'm not here with the doom and gloom? If you stay in this chamber, you're going to remain a weak signal, a weak version of yourself. But in order for you to make it out of here, you got to amplify your energy, raise your vibration, transform your signal to a refined version. It'll be like this. What am I asking you to do, right? This is what I'm saying. Think of a song that's playing, but it's got static playing with it. And we're telling the song to tune itself to get rid of some of the static so we can hear more of the song and not the distortion. What this resonance chamber is doing, right? You are like a musical song, your spirit, your frequency. You're like a sound wave, but you're not expressing yourself right. It's like you're a signal, but the signal is distorted. It's like you trying to hear your favorite song through static. And in order to get rid of the static, that's when they say that we're born into sin, you would be like a song that's born into distortion. And you're not being expressed properly. You're not expressing yourself to your maximum capacity, just like a distorted song with static. So spiritual tuning is literally you using like the tuning knob on a radio to dial out the static and sort of find yourself through. And basically that's saying learning how to be you unapologetically, being who you really are from the inside out and expressing who you truly are, because it's like if a distorted song ain't expressing who it really is. We hearing static, so we can't hear it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? So the way out of here is literally to know. When their ancestors were saying know thyself, they were saying learn who you are and be who you are, because the version of yourself who you're expressing is the version of yourself that's safe to get along with the world. We all living under a veil that society expects us to be a certain version of ourselves based upon our religion, our skin color, and all that. That's a simulation. That's a program called a false self. And then when you run that, you don't activate who you really are according to the ancients. And without that activation, we can ascend to our highest potential. But the science behind that is literally sound being refined through a resonance chamber, a fine-tuning procedure. So we don't got to look at this resonance chamber as something bad, because if you working on yourself, you're literally using this thing for what it was built for. But see, the agenda of those in power is to use this thing as a luxurious paradise to make heaven on earth. That's what Satan wanted to do. This simulation is not heaven. We fell from heaven to go over here and get to know thyself, to learn who we are as individual gods outside of heaven, free to express ourselves from our own experience, which is what life is, your own experience. It's another way of saying that when the Bible say that the souls of man are above the angels in heaven, the reason the Bible saying that is because the angels in heaven are like babies that haven't been born in the earth realm yet. They're good because they're programmed to be good. They didn't choose to be good. So when the Bible say that man is higher than the angels, it's because man chose to be good. Man went through the earth realm, through the flesh. He was tempted by Satan, and he worked his way to heaven. The angels don't know nothing but heaven, and they only doing good because they don't know bad. So that's like a baby. The baby don't know evil, so it don't do evil. So in order for you to really choose good, you got to know evil, right? Because you can't make the choice if you don't know about both options. If you only know good, you can't really choose good, because it's the opposite of that is evil, and you don't know evil. So where we got to come here to get acquainted with both halves. And that's the whole concept of what they call being born into duality, into the world of choice, where you got to constantly choose good and evil. So the whole thing about choosing good and evil would be like let's go back to the song example. A song is playing, that's you, but it's distorted with static. Choosing evil would be like turning the knob toward more static. You ever use the radio and you playing your song, right? And it's static in there, so you try to dial, you get the tuning knob turning, and you try to find that song in the right spot to where you can get rid of that static. Choosing evil would be like turning the knob toward more static. Choosing good would be like fine-tuning the song and expressing the best version of yourself, just like the song without the static. So it's a tuning process. What this realm does, it allows us to turn the knob. And we don't have this ability in heaven, because remember, the tuning knob can turn left or right. But in heaven, you don't know left, you only know right. So in the Garden of Eden, in heaven, when the Satan told Adam and Eve, let me give you the knowledge to make you like the gods, he was telling them the truth. Y'all are baby souls in heaven. You don't know the knowledge of evil yet. So you haven't chose good. You've been programmed to do good. And that ain't really good. You see what I'm saying? So that's why there's a ranking system in Eden, to where the fallen angels rank higher than the angels that never failed before, right? That would be the humans versus the new souls that never explored the lower realm. It'll be like that movie Soul, the unborn babies. That's I think they's asking the humans about the lower realms and shit. It's some truth to that. It can be some truth to that according to what we read here. It resonates though, either way. But I think we get it here, like vibration drives life. Plants, DNA, cells all respond to electromagnetic frequencies. So the electromagnetic ley lines of the earth are like the strings that all lead to the puppet master that's dictating how everything feels at every moment, how you're evolving, how you're growing as a spiritual being. So at this central point, you can look at that like Santa holding all of them reindeer straps. And at the end of each strap, instead of a reindeer, it's an avatar. This same story has been told several times, several ways, and Santa is just one other way. But everything on Earth is being influenced by these magnetic ley lines. Now, guess what, y'all? That's what astrology is. Do you hear me? What did I just tell you about these magnetic ley lines? All of these ley lines are synced to the constellations in the zodiac. So when we look at the sky and we say, hey, that constellation right there is influencing your energy, right? You see what I'm saying? Then guess what? If you were to literally go to the magnetic ley line where that constellation is at on the earth and stand beneath it, that thing will really influence you even more. Each constellation is over a different continent, and it's influencing each different continent with a different energy, and that's what creates different cultures. Each culture is just a different cosmic vibration, from Asian to Indian to you name it. It's again a remix of that same signal that's coming from the North Pole, expressing itself in a different way as it evolves up under a different magnetic ley line. You see what I'm saying? So all of the cultures are born in their own magnetic pockets, their own sort of, just like different fish species manifest in different types of water, because these different types of water are like different vibrational energies. They influence the DNA differently. So different types of ocean produce different types of fish species, and different types of continents produce different types of human cultures or human types. And it's basically that area of the earth have a unique vibration that's associated with its own magnetic ley lines and zodiac or cosmic influence of that zodiac constellation above that area influence the DNA and life in that area over time. As the zodiac wheel spins over the ages, everyone experiences everyone cultures, and this is the syncretistic nature of how all cultures were connected in the ancient world. No matter who they were, Indian, Asian, or everyone, we all knew that we was just expressing the same song our way, which means I can sing it your way and you can sing it my way. There is no division among cultures. It's only us knowing that you singing the same song I'm singing, but y'all remixed it differently, right? So everyone was fascinated with how the other person remixed that shit. And so when we look at how all these ancient cultures express the one same truth, it's like us listening to the same song over and over and never getting tired of it, because the remix is just fire. Each remix is fire. And it was never any argument about whose is better. Everybody was like, damn, everybody killing that shit, right? And it was just a beautiful union. But this is expressed throughout the magnetic ley lines, like all of the pie slices may be separate, but they all are still connected at the center. And that is the knowledge of who we really are outside the body, we're not even our cultures that we're expressing our existence through. So everybody in the ancient world had a culture, but at the end of the day, they connected on a spiritual level and they didn't connect on a cultural level, which is why the world was unified. So when you connect on a spiritual level, you can see the one truth in everyone's culture. And that's why no one's culture was a barrier. It was actually something that connected all of us, whereas now they divide us. It's important to know that earth resonance stabilizes biology, the resonant energy of the earth. This is what they teach in science. Now, when you go into science class and a person tell you that the Schumann resonance is the stabilizing force of the earth, it's what stabilizes all life on the earth. This is what they teach about the Schumann resonance. Why is that true, y'all? Well, let's go back to the cymatic plate. Remember what we said about the cymatic plate? Let's go to the cymatic plate real quick. Hold on. What would be sustaining and stabilizing this sacred geometric shape that I'm showing y'all on the cymatic plate? The frequency. The Schumann frequency is the universal frequency, a culmination of all the collective energy being released on earth, influencing every being on earth to express themselves in their own unique way, which is your own unique way is another variation of this universal frequency. Come on, people. Listen what I'm telling you. Ain't that something? Every single person with a unique fingerprint is expressing this universal frequency in their own way. You're remixing this. And your remix is actually unified with the entire frequency itself. Y'all get what I'm saying? Every single human is a remix of this one frequency, and that's what's even creating the Schumann resonance. It's a unified frequency that's a result of every human energy from the core of themselves unified at the North Pole, shaking the ether. Remember what I said? The pole in the middle of the table is shaking the plate to create the pattern. So all of us at the North Pole on the title waking up, and like when somebody waking up in the bed, they turning, they tossing. Like in the movie The Matrix Towers, that's what's happening at the North Pole. What a frequency coming from? The center of the earth. That's where the Schumann frequency coming from. That's why the god Shu is at the middle of the earth. But what he's representing is a tower that goes to heaven. He's a personification of the Babel Tower. And the reason they personified it, because they was trying to tell every single human, you are on this tower. You are there. It's you that's at the North Pole, projecting yourself out into the simulation from this tower. So in the Mayan cosmos, you will see a tower in the middle of the earth. But in some people cosmos, you will just see Shu reaching up to the sky. But it's the same Babel Tower built to heaven because it's the central nervous system. It's vibrating as well. It ain't just standing there still. It's like an electric pole. All of these phone poles in your city, they're vibrating because an electric current is passing through them. So they all have a subtle vibration. So the pole in the middle of the earth is vibrating the primordial ocean, and the vibration of that ocean is how all life is manifesting. And this is how all ancients taught about creation in a primordial ocean. They was dealing with cymatics. So that vibration is the earth resonant energy that they said is the stabilizing vibration for all life. Meaning if that stopped, you can't have life, because they're telling you we're on a flat plane. and that life is a result of cymatics. Everything that spawned into existence on this plate is a result of vibration interacting with ether. It's just that simple. In this case, sonic interacting with sound. Same thing. But let's move on. If y'all think I'm done, I'm not. We got a lot of more stuff to go over here, which is why I need to move on. I want to read Hebrews 8:5. You notice that the word brew is in the word Hebrew, and the whole book of Hebrew is dealing with the North Pole, the churning of the primordial ocean, and how the 3D based reality is projecting a 2D world. Brew is about spinning when you brew something. And if you read the book of Hebrews, it's literally talking about Yahweh's terrarium throughout the whole book, which is why it's called Hebrews. Now, you may think I'm making this up, but guess what? The Yahweh is the one that's said to be stirring up the cosmic sea, creating time, Chronos, Saturn. But Yahweh is a representation of our lower self in this experience. God having a human experience. That's what the demiurge represent. So when we defeating the demiurge is rising above the programming in this world that they got to keep your body down here thinking it's this lower form of yourself. But look what this say right here. I'm finna go deep now. It say they serve at a sanctuary that is a copy and a shadow of what is in heaven. Now, come on now, but watch this though. We finna do the etymology of the word sanctuary. This sanctuary concept is talking about Yahweh's terrarium, which is why that's what the sanctuary is shaped like. It's a resonance chamber. But let me see here. I just want to see something. Another word for sanctuary is tabernacle. Let me go back to this real quick. Yeah, let me see something. Here's a sanctuary. We see how it's a resonance chamber, but let me show you something real quick. It's like saying you're going to sanction something, you know, but the S-A-N root is important. Because that come from like sanitize. When I tell you it's a refining process, Santa, sanctuary, you know what I'm saying? Center. Because it's dealing with a refining process. People say they go to the sanctuary to cleanse themselves. A tabernacle is a portable sanctuary. So a tabernacle is a sanctuary, but it's a portable one. So what I was saying is that I just wanted to look both of these up real quick. Hold on. I'm trying to read too. Okay. Sanctum. Just was interesting. Some told me to look it up. The body as the temporary abode of the soul. There we go. Tabernacle. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for, y'all. I just wanted to give some receipts because when I say that the meaning of sanctuary or temple or church is the body, like the soul inside the body is literally the whole ritual symbolism of a saint going in the church. That's why the church shapes like a dome, and what's seated in the dome, the place where the pastor would be in the pulpit, that's the seat of the soul. It's a lot of Freemasonry and sacred geometry that goes into how the temple is built. It's temporary, it's the temple, but it's temptation in Israel. See how all the words play into the etymology here. So let me see here. Tabernacle. We already went over that. a feast of lodges. Okay. This is built on Freemasonry. I just wanted to show you this to show you that Freemasonry is worldwide, and Freemasonry is the foundation of world religion. It's basically a cabal of secret societies controlling what the whole world thinks about reality through science, physics, space programs, and religion, making sure that we never see that we're in a simulation and a fake projected world. That is basically the whole secret that Freemasons are keeping secret, you know. And with that being said, though, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the call lines because we pretty much at the end.
Sánchez cocinando.
Let me see some. So listen, one more. I forgot about this. I'm gonna actually pick up right here on the next one. But this is deep right here because when the Bible was talking about you shouldn't make a graven image or a likeness of anything, that meant that the creation of the simulation was the first sin. That's why we got kicked out of heaven. Because we made a copy of the earth, a likeness of heaven, which is the earth. So they both can't occupy the same space, which is why earth became the lower kingdom, the copy became the lower one. When it say, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness, this is talking about simulations, deep fakes, creating a bot. Let us make man in our image. Why would we do that when the Bible said don't do it? You see, it said don't make a likeness of anything. Why you think the first sin led to us getting kicked out of Eden and going into another realm? Because we broke this rule when we made a copy of Eden, then we was banished into the copy that we made. When they said that because our ancestors made a mistake, we gonna be punished. The only way that'll make sense of me being punished for somebody else did is if some dumbass was trying to play smart and he got people trapped inside of a fucking simulation in the ancient world where they was uploading their consciousness into these digital earth-like simulations in Egypt and all that. And a lot of them got trapped in them. They reproduced in them. And here we are. The whole system of spirituality that we know in this place is just a system to get out. What does that tell you? Where are we going to when we get out? Home. So this earth ain't our home, man. But the word graven image come from the word pesel, P-E-S-E-L. Guess what the modern word for pesel is? Pixel. P-I-X-E-L. You know, the stuff that creates graphics on a screen when we deal with projection and simulation in the digital world. Go figure. The word graven image in the Bible is a tech word. It's a damn tech word. Y'all dealing with whatever graven image the Bible talking about, it requires pixels. So this is proof what I was saying, that the Bible is dealing with technology and a simulation and not no damn statues. They lied to y'all. These people was dealing with advanced science. They hid all of this history and science out the ancient world with fairy tales and mythologies. But when you do the research, you see what the meaning of these fairy tales is. The meaning. Look, right here, pestle. Let's go do the etymology of that. The word pestle is the modern word pizzle, right here. You see it? And all of the pixels come together like what? Puzzles. You see why the word pizzle is the word puzzle too? Pixels on a TV connect like puzzles. I'm going to say it again. These words sound the same for a reason. I'm showing y'all how to do syncretism, how to research, how to connect the dots. Watch this, right? I'm finna go even deeper. This word pizzle became the word Pisa. When you talk about the Leaning Tower of Pisa, it's another monument to the Babel Tower, the quantum computer, the dark tower at the North Pole that's creating the vibration that I showed y'all on the cymatic plate. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is literally another form of the Babel Tower. And the reason why we even dealing with this word, and you see I'm not making it up, here it go right here, Pisa. They named that tower after the word pixel, and the word pixel is dealing with digital graphics and projecting images, which is what the Bible just was talking about, graven images. Come on now. Look at where the word pixel come from, the word sinew. Guess what the word sinew is? Synagogue. Now you see why the Bible call it the synagogue of Satan. Why the Bible didn't call it the church of Satan, the tabernacle of Satan. The Bible said synagogue because the word sinew is dealing with pixels and digital bits to create a false illusion. So the synagogue of Satan is the Babel Tower, the simulation, the matrix that's created with pixels or pixels. Look at there. Look at there. Sinew later becomes synagogue. When it says that you're born into sin, you're born into pixelation. You're a digital projection inside of a digital program. You're a pixelated projection of the soul. That's what your body is. And that's why they say what? You're made out of a bunch of cells that's stuck together like puzzle pieces. Puzzle is pixel. Now y'all see that we're in a damn program. We're in a matrix. All of the etymology speaks a testament to what I'm telling you now. Let's go look up the word sinew to show you this synagogue concept. Sinew. Look at here. Sinew. Where did Moses speak to God at? On Sinai. Didn't Moses go to Mount Sinai? Sinai is synagogue, sin, right? Moses was dealing with the God of this world. The one that we're tied or bonded to, the one that controls world religion and got all of these zombies bonded to these belief systems in these synagogues. Because what this does, it binds their spirit to their avatar. And guess what? The corporations own our avatars. The corporations own our corpse. Your body is a deep fake copy that the powers of this world infringed upon your copyrights and created another you, and your soul is in a fake copy. As long as your soul stay in a fake you, they own your soul. It's that simple. Resurrection is the fake you rising up to the real you because they don't own the master copy. They only own the deep fake. There was a wise witch. He was an occultist. I forgot his name, but you know, the man who made the famous quote, "Build it and they will come." Guess what, y'all? That's spiritual. The Pharaoh Aten, the tech gurus in the ancient world, they said, look, if you build a fake simulation and you create a deep fake of these people, their souls will fall into it. Build it and they will come. I look at it that way. It's like a voodoo doll. The original concept of the voodoo doll was to bind a person's soul to the doll. This is the foundation of religion, y'all. Religion. Remember that the word legend is to bind. It has the same etymological root as sinew. which is why religion take place in the synagogue. But check this out. What was another word for tabernacle, tavern, and sinu? Logiojo, which is in the beginning was the logos or the word. In the beginning was the simulation, the tabernacle. Because guess what? In the base reality, ain't no beginning. Y'all better check me out now. I'm telling you some deep shit. Genesis represent the beginning of the simulation. The real you ain't got no beginning or end. So in the beginning represent when they hooked you up and put you in the simulation and you forgot who you were as a god. It represent the beginning of your amnesia in this damn digital program. And you're bonded to your false version, your avatar, your body here. They own this shit. We can't take our bodies with us. You know why? It ain't your property. It's just like going to the bowling alley. You can't take the bowling alley shoes with you. You just rent them while you play the game. So the corpse belong to the corporation and they showing you that with your social security number. That's your barcode for your meat package, your gaming body, your avatar. So you can't take this body with you. You got to give it back to the people who creating it, who controlling this digital program. What we take with us is what we own, and that's our soul, assuming you didn't sell it yet. So what we're doing here to free ourselves is breaking our ties with the body and identifying as God, waking up. And that's how you rise up from sin. Sin is sinu. The synagogue of Satan is giving you all of they're the ones hiding all the knowledge I'm giving y'all behind folklores and fairy tales and false belief systems. That's what's keeping the matrix going. Go watch the movie. They tell you religion, jobs, it gives people a purpose. It make them love their avatar, their voodoo doll. People love the fact I'm a Christian and I'm a lawyer. And if they like being all that earthly shit, they gonna keep resurrecting as that. The moment you say I'm a god, you shift your energy back to heaven, to the real self. Anything else besides that, it's a game God playing in the matrix. Cause you ain't none of the titles that you living out. God is acting out roles that's pre-written by the powers that be. But once you break their script, you break the ties, you break the false identity, you start to identify with who you really are and not who the world telling you you are by your profession, by your activity inside of the game. That's how they identifying gods in this place. Ain't that something? Oh, that's a plumber. Oh, you know what? That's a zookeeper, man. That's an infinite soul and a beacon of light. That's a damn God. And it don't matter what you doing in this world. It matter how you identify. So religion is you identifying in a lesser form to see yourself, to define yourself lesser than what you are. And you will, and how you define and see yourself, that's what you are. The Bible said it. As a man thinketh, so is he. So be careful what they making you think about yourself. Because you see what I'm trying to get you to think about yourself. You see why they censoring this talk. Because you become what you think about yourself. So we can see here that I'm spot on with my etymology. Let me drop myself a bomb. Synagogue is going to get deep, y'all. Let's look up the word synagogue because you know what the word sin mean. We just went over it. Now look up the word agog. You know that there's a deity in the Bible called Magog. Write out the word Magog if you heard of that before. Magog. That's the name of one of the names of the devil or the Antichrist. If you take the M off, you get Agog. When you say synagogue, 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 agog, agog. You see what I'm saying? Synagogue. But I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why in just a minute. About Magog, one of the names of the beast. Now watch this. You know Magog goes back to that word I was telling you about too. So you don't forget why they call it Magog. Because again, the beast was what? The Magos, the Magi, the magician, the fucking transhumans, the Magi, the maggot. They transform themselves off of the dead. Remember, we went over that earlier. You cannot say the word Magog without saying synagogue, Agog, which is the last word of synagogue, but also mag. Remember, we went over the word mag earlier. Now it's going to tie into Magog, but let's talk about Agog a minute. Let's talk about Agog. What does it mean? To drive out, to move forth. So what happened in Eden? We were kicked out. We were driven out of Eden, right? Listen to what I'm telling you. These are the exact words that the Bible used. The Bible said we were driven out of Eden, but it uses these same words to talk about Satan getting kicked out of heaven. The same story of Satan getting kicked out of heaven. It's the same story of man falling in Eden, y'all. It's the same story. We were driven out. What drove us? Because to drive, you need wheels, right? Chakras. The chakras are the wheels of life that literally drove us out of Egypt into these chakra systems or lower realms that we created. We was literally driven out, like in a car, like a nigga said, hop in, I'm gonna drive you out of here. Our consciousness literally hopped in these cosmic wheels and separated and drove a piece of itself into each layer that chakra live in that ether. Drop a one if y'all understand what I'm saying, because I'm getting deep and I really want to keep y'all with me. Shout out to my peoples, man. I didn't see the donations. It's my birthday tomorrow. I appreciate that. Shout out to Joshua Tellerton and shout out to my sister Jewel Frost. Y'all already know. Let me drop a bomb, man. I appreciate that. Shout out to One World, One Hood, man. Appreciate the birthday wishes. Shout out to Silver Phoenix, Plasma Moon. Shout out to Sally. Once again, appreciate it. And shout out to Snake 575 for being a member and for the birthday wishes. Happy birthday, my G. Soul, thanks. Thank you for the knowledge and the work you put in. We see you and thank God or whatever. And thank God or whatever for going through this journey with your beloved followers. I'm not lying when I say you opened my eyes. That means a lot to me. Real talk. Shout out to my brother Joshua Tellerton for the $50 birthday wishes. Appreciate you, Josh, as always, bro. And thank you for being a member. Shout out to all the family members and appreciate all the birthday love. Hey guys, if y'all wanna if you wanna send in some birthday wishes, right? I like to burn English lavender. My cash app is $BROSANCHEZTV, and I ain't gonna put no candles on my cake. We gonna put English lavender incense, if you know what I mean. Let me light another one up right now. Hey, shout out to my sister Jewel Frosty. Happy solar return. Thank you. Mm. We still gonna open it up. I forgot about this, y'all. So look, the word agog means an assembly. And it means like a hive mind, a network of consciousness. And I just told you, every one of us is our own network of consciousness. So when they say you born in sin, you born into the synagogue, a network of your own layers of consciousness that left and shattered from Eden and fell out. And now you got to put all of the pieces of the puzzle back together again to get back and access heaven. So look at that, y'all. The word agog means an assembly, a meeting place. So when they say the synagogue of Satan, they literally talking about a hive mind, because all of the human consciousness is about to be meeting in the digital realm. In the future, people are going to be connecting with AI mentally, with brain-computer interface technology. That's the synagogue of Satan. Everybody going to meet in this other layer of earth that they make in this digital world. Everyone merging with the beast. That's why they call it a synagogue of Satan, because everyone that take the mark of the beast becomes part of the hive mind, the assembly. The assembly of the Yahweh's council, legion. We are legion, which is religion, to be binded or have your spiritual energy condemned and forever tied to these people, because you got condemned to your flesh, to the flesh. That's what immortality is. It's people that's saying we don't want to leave the earth, basically. Now, they telling y'all they spending all their science to get us to space. Think about this. What are the chances of us cheating death before we make it to the moon, even though we went to the moon before? That lets you know I'm telling the truth. The people that's telling you we trying to get everybody off the earth, they trying to trap you here and condemn your soul here for real. They lying. Because all of the money we giving these people at the top, they're not investing it into rocket science and to get us off the earth. They invested it into Neuralink, which is why Elon Musk got SpaceX and he's winning all the government contracts. They using that to bring back the brain-computer interface. People ain't gonna go to space. They're gonna go inside of digital realities like we already are. We're going to follow the beast deeper into the pits of hell. And the word pit is why we call it a pituitary gland. This technology is interacting with the pituitary gland, which is the gland that is below the pineal gland. And the word pineal gland is linked to the word pinnacle, which means the utmost spot, the top part, not the pit. The pituitary gland is below the pinnacle, the peak, the pineal gland. You see what we saying? The most high and the most low. You got a left brain and a right brain, but you got a lower brain and a high brain. It's making a plus. Left, right, up, down. The pen, the pit, the left, the right. The pit is connected to the left. The pen is connected to the right. It makes a six. It's like this, because it's part up, part left. Excuse me, it's part down, part left. And then you got one that's part up, part right. And it's like that 6-9, what I'm telling you about. That's what's happening right here. But check this out, though. Agog. That's the word we're dealing with. Why did they call it Magog? Magog is a hive mind. That's what I'm telling you. That's why it's an assembly. But we ain't gonna stop there. Look at this word. Look at that word. The word agog or synagogue it also comes from the word assemble or together plus again. Look at that word right there, aging. This represents death, rebirth, recycling. We age. We're aging, basically. But it also means a genie. It also means again, meaning repetitive. The word again is another way of saying deep fake. When you say Jan, the G is also sh. You're born into shin or sin. Jan is sin. Jan is genie. But when you say let's do it again, let's do it again. Gan is also gain. What happened? We gained another avatar. You're gaining more layers. The key is to take the layers off to get light, not to gain or to Jan to genie. Because what again, do it again, Gan is genie. That's Genesis. It's keep recycling and copying the damn base reality again and again. Gan is sin. The G is sh as well. See what I'm saying? When they put the clothes on, they gain something. They didn't lose nothing. If they want to go back to Eden, they got to take the clothes off, which is death. Which I'm telling you, you can't take your body with you to heaven. So it's a lot of embedded knowledge in the words we use and all that. That's why I like etymology. I'm going to keep on with these until I get to the end of these tabs, because I almost left and I forgot to go over this. But the word Gog, we went over Agog. Now let's just focus on Gog, G-O-G. Synagogue, G-O-G-U-E. Now guess what the word Gog come from? This gonna blow you away. The word Gog comes from the word, check it out. You see it? A joke, a prank, a mockery. When you say synagogue and they talk about the synagogue of Satan, what did they say about Satan? Satan is a jokester. Satan is a trickster. And they telling you that the word God, because remember the G is the J. So when you say jog, basically Gog is jog, and jog is jokey. So the word joke, J-O-K-E, comes from the word Gog, because the G in Gog was pronounced with the J sound, which is why G sound like J. But the word Gog became the word jog, which became the word joke, a prank, a trick, a play. Look at there, a toy, a game. Are y'all seeing this? Do y'all see that? The Agog that we see in synagogue is telling you that sin is a joke. The great sin is a trick and a joke that's played on the souls of human by ancient beings. And I always said, man, Paul said it in the Bible. He said, I lied to y'all, but I made you better. And that's what this whole joke is doing. You may be mad when you get out of here, but when you see how strong this place made you, you ain't gonna even be mad at that serpent, the devil, because he gave you what you asked for. The serpent on the tree told Adam and Eve, I'm gonna make y'all like God. But the initiation is to have the joke of life played on you, to enter the illusion. So when Adam and Eve wake up from the game, from the prank that old serpent played on them, they can't even do nothing but laugh with him. Because even though it was like dark comedy, it was a horrible joke. Like it was the worst kind of joke you can play on a person. But what if you come out of that shit badder than what you was? That's what everyone talk about, the tricks to the devil. This is what they teach about the devil in Freemasonry and Gnosticism. But they want to teach you spookism and get you scared of a red monster. If you ain't ready for the red pill, get your believing ass from over here, because we decipher, we don't believe over here. These religions weren't meant to be believing. It was meant to be deciphered and decoded. It is a message in that book that you gonna miss if you taking it literally. So look at there, y'all. Remember, the Bible got a book called a Book of Jubilees. And what is a jubilee? A jubilee is a joke. You know, you want to know why they took the Book of Jubilees out the Bible? Because I bet you the Book of Jubilees is telling you that the earth is a simulation. All of them books they took out the Bible got something to do about telling you the truth about this place, like the Book of Enoch. And the Book of Jubilees, where you can tell in the name of the book what it's going to be talking about. So yes, it's going to be talking about rejoicing and praise, because when the person crack a joke, we laugh at it. But at the same time, remember who the joker is you and the split brain. The joker got a split face because it's the left and right brain, the two versions of you existing in this body. So the synagogue is the body as well. It's a joke. It's not real. It's a mockery because it's a copy. If someone mocking you, they trying to imitate you. They're trying to copy off you. So the gog, the body, right, is a mockery because it's a copy of a real you in a higher realm. So it's a joke, you know. So what do they say about the devil? They say that the devil always say, ha, 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 ha. Why is the devil always laughing? Because you're on stage and the joke's on you. You're a fucking mockery. This is like a comedy house. And the fucking people that's running this place are literally cracking up, man. They cracking up. And it's some real dark comedy. But if you good enough to make it out, you gonna be glad you came. Shout out to Cole Brown, to Dreezy Dre, my brother awakening. Synagogue, son of God, what a joker. Come on, bro, you cooking. Christian Smith, thank you for that birthday gift from bro to bro. Man, you the truth. Best thing on YouTube. Happy birthday. Man, I appreciate y'all, for real. I really appreciate y'all. And we still gonna open up the phone lines because I promised it, but I had all of these information queued up and I've not been able to get to it. So I'm just spitting it all out now so I can close these tabs because I have them open forever. So let me see. At this point, I'm gonna open up the call line. But while I do that, I'll continue to teach as callers join, just so we can be productive at all times and not waste your time while you're here. But you know, I'm going to tell y'all something. And I'm going to drop the link first because I've been promising it. Let me open this up. You know the word Magog, the word Mag, Gog, all of that stuff. Even when you say like the word image, the Maj in the end of image is what I'm saying. Like, remember earlier, right? Remember earlier, we went over the word mag for the MAGA to show you about the deep fake technology, how the MAGA copy us and use our deep fake for energy. I ain't gonna repeat myself. But when you say MAGA, that's how you even get the word image. If you rearrange this, you know. You see, Magi. But when you say Magog, that mag, again, we can't escape mag. That's why I went over that earlier when I was going over mag, because that's why I kept saying Magog. Magog is the beast. What is the beast? The body, which is the image of God, which is a mockery. It said that the beast had blasphemous names of God on each of his heads, because every deep fake copy of you and every parallel reality is calling you by a false name. The real name of God is, you can only hear it in heaven. You can't hear the true name of God down here, because this resonance chamber will distort the vibration into something else. So by the time it get to you, it don't sound the same, which is why the name of God down here is manifested as your lower version, which is, like I said, a song with static on it, a distorted form of God, which is the body, a false representation of who you are, or image of God. But the image ain't the real you, it's a copy of you. So the word Magi, let's take this off. Magi were the ones who committed the first sin and let us make man in our image. Magog is the beast, Magog. So I'm waiting on people to join. Did I drop the link yet? Let's drop it. Let's drop the link. I've pinned the link, and anyone can join and ask questions. I'm going to go ahead and grab my headphones for the callers. And yeah, call it on in. Call it on in. And thanks everyone for the birthday gifts. Whether you sent them in via Super Chat or Cash App, we really appreciate y'all, even if it's just a little bit, because we sure gonna extend this show and keep this thing going. Show. Go ahead and join, everybody. We wait on you. And while we wait on them, okay, there go my brother Awakening Minds. We're going to let him come on and cook. And we're going to also be sticking more scriptures and ancient texts in there. Awakening Minds, let me know when you get your mic going. Salutes, bro. How you doing? Shout out to Awakening Minds. I don't know if oh, I'm muted on his end. I'm not. No, I'm not. Oh, I hear you. There you go.
Man, my nigga, pat yourself on the back, bruh. This whole stream, bruh. I don't even want to be the one to tell you this. I just want all the people that was in the chat that was resonating, feeling this shit, my nigga. And you know me, bro. I don't always be like this, but nigga, you been cooking since the stream started. You've been going ham, bro. We appreciate you, my nigga. It's so much I want to build on. Where do I start, bro?
Take your time, dude. Cause you know, by me putting all that out, I want you to really go in. I know how you about to get.
I don't, bro. You remember when I showed you the picture with your thumbnail right now? You know, like we can start there. We can start from the resonating tank, the resonating.
Let's do it. We here. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Okay, let's pull that picture up real quick.
What we want, the resonance chamber first?
Yes. Let's just pull that up real quick.
Let's go back there. Bro, the Masons gonna hate us for this shit. The Freemasons gonna hate us for this shit, bro. This beyond 33rd degree right here, baby.
Exactly, bro.
And we ain't done. We about to tag in the flat power crew on y'all ass and unlock more shit, bro. I like this part because now I get to sit back and hear y'all come with shit.
Yes, bro. Relax, nigga.
Yeah.
Now, bro, look at this. And my people's in the chat. Salutes, man. Much love and respect. I love the love y'all been showing, bro. People been, bro, it's been a hell of a stream, my nigga. Now, bro, pull up the Hebrew cosmology next to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You've been saying the whole thing the whole time, but you know, this is just one of 10, nigga. 10 mega bombs you've been dropping.
I want to go with this one right here. Hey, man, shout out to Warning 1520. Appreciate the love. Salutes, Master Teacher. Happy birthday. Man, y'all really showing love. I can't thank y'all enough, man.
And, bro, I sent you a super chat early, you know, like, go look at that one, please, my brother.
Let me do it, because I was, yeah, let me go scroll up. And let me say shout out to my brother Thug Rob. He said, keep teaching, bro. Much love, Thug Rob, man. Appreciate you. Let me go up here and scroll up.
Peace, bro, Sanchez.
You know, we really don't even...
Peace and love, my brother. Thanks for joining. He said, Atmos, my brother Awakening Mind. Oh, yeah, you cooked in this when he said atmospheric. Spheric is ciphers.
Yes.
Because the Atmos it's basically a series of circles stacked up in layers. Come on, man. This goddamn, because 7 levels to master self. And yeah, thanks, bro, for that. When I ain't gonna lie, though, the ciphers and spirit is crazy, though. It really is.
Crazy, bro.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You was cooking, man. I've been missing pieces of it because I was out working and shit, so I was missing pieces of it. So, but you been cooking though this whole time.
I really appreciate y'all that y'all appreciate me. That's motivating, man, for real.
You know, and we really don't want to interrupt you, bro. When you like this, we really don't need no panel, nigga. But god damn, you been cooking, nigga.
Shout out to my nigga Water Walker too, and Yazar, and to TTG. Man, I appreciate the love all of y'all coming up here giving
Peace,
me,
bro.
man. And shout out to Jordan, Jordan a maker. Thank you so much, Jordan, for the birthday wishes.
So, hey, bro, can you break down vampires again? How does so? Okay,
Yeah.
so I got this thing I've been going on with the wild men, if you know about those, which I'm pretty sure you do, which is like the ancient bloodline with the reptilian and the dog man with the hieroglyphs and all that shit and the hybrid humans. So how does that play in with that? You know what I'm saying? And all of that.
So check it out, right? The thing about the vampire, a vampire ain't nothing but a being that occupies both layers of reality, what we call the spiritual and the physical. In other words, a vampire got the gifts that we lost. They turned this shit into scary stuff because it was our gifts, but once we lost it and only a few people got it, they demonized it to scare people away from it because they were saying this is witchcraft. Like the day they'll say, if you astral project, you can get stuck. You better not do that. That's dangerous, But while they was doing it though and using it over everyone else.
Yeah, salutes to the chat, man. Appreciate all the love y'all been showing, bro, man. For real. This nigga just went ham, bro. He literally answered every question, kept teaching. There's plenty more to go,
Man, no cap.
Yeah, a vampire, think about it. A vampire was a human till he got bit. Now, this the crazy part, right? If you ask a vampire who bit it, it'll show you. And if you keep tracing the bloodline back of who bit who, then guess what? You will get to the chief vampire, and that chief vampire ain't nothing but the first person, the very first people who created the simulation and the AI and entered it first. Them was the first avatars in the digital world, and everyone else that plugged in they got the bite of the vampire of them, which is if I put a brain computer interface on you, you're gonna have a wound or a prick or a mark of the beast. So the whole concept of a vampire being a witch was really hiding technology for real, because what they was trying to say was that these things are energy suckers, meaning that once you become a cyborg or a transhuman, you now need electricity to power your robot half. Whereas if I don't become a transhuman, I'm my own source of energy. I don't gotta siphon energy from anything outside of myself. When my soul leave my body, my energy leave my body, right? But if I take my energy and fuse it with some technology and anchor it to my body, the Bible calls that condemnation, taking the mark of the beast. But this is an old concept. It's ancient technology coming back to the earth. So yeah, it's vampirism because it's tag, you're it. Once you get into the network, ain't no way out. It's like a vampire. Once you get bit, that's it. And the only thing you can do is convince other more people to. That's basically the war being fought on this earth for souls. And we're here to keep free souls. They're here to condemn them. They gotta reproduce. This is how they reproduce themselves. And when you read the Bible, we're literally reading a record list of which vampire bitch, which vampire to start which family, and how the lineage of all these vampires. Like I said, how did you, if you say, well, when did your family become vampires? Boom. And when did, you know what I'm saying? Boom. And you trace the blood back, who bit who. Think about that when you read the Bible, when it tells you who begat who. And he begat him, and he begat. I look at that shit like, oh, he tagged him in. He like Jesus was born into the fucking bloodline of these transhumans.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay, so that's what I was finna get into next, because I remember one of your old videos, and it was talking about like how men have fallen in Adam and Eve, and it was talking about the woman, like, you know, the matriarchal system. Okay, so that's what I
Yeah,
was gonna say.
yeah.
Adam and Eve is the old is the pretty much the hybrid humans that Yahweh created or some shit like that, right?
Well, here's the thing. Adam and Eve represents us humans coming into the game, because the pre-Adamic race, I would say, would be Yahweh people, but that's debatable. But one thing you brought up was matriarch, and that's a key word, because when you talk about vampires, if you study vampire culture, vampires have a very capitalistic patriarchal culture that's centered around an alpha male who dominates everyone. He rules in a tyrannical government like Donald Trump, meaning he smacks around the people beneath him, like how the Joker do his people in Batman, and how like Dracula how Satan do his demons. They serve him, but it's tyranny. He serve him. He beat everybody still. So
Hey,
the vampire it runs its system like capitalism, like the Western world. Yeah.
Hey, bro, I was gonna say you perfectly right, because you in politics, like back in the day when somebody was like when they was somebody that was like vicious, they would say they was a draconian type, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and they got that word from Vlad Dracul, because how he was, like, you know, the impaler, you feel what I'm saying?
And you notice all these new young rappers are tapping into that vampire energy, like Playboy Cardi and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Because
right.
it's deeper than just a fashion trend or nothing like that. It's the ideology of vampire culture that I just broke down. You know what I'm saying? The vampire ain't really in love with his woman. He treat her like concubine. It's just, and the other dudes know not to mess with her because he the chief vampire. It's like a wolf pack. Vampires are like human, parasitical hyena damn herders type shit. But you know how they are. Make me want to go watch some old vampire movies just to tap back into that culture, because when you compare that to America, the systems that run the world, it'll be easier to see, yeah, what the world is ran by fucking vampires.
Hey, bro, you perfectly right too, because the vampire only treats her nice until he bites her. That's
Right.
it.
That's
After
right.
that, it's over.
And the thing about that, I'm so glad you pointed that out. That is patriarchal red pill ideology that
Mm-hmm.
say you can't be my woman if you don't got the same mind I got. You can't have your own way of thinking. I gotta bite you and indoctrinate you into my cult for you can even be a lover of mine. You see,
Mm-hmm. Gotta hive
that's
mind.
crazy. Mm-hmm.
Hive mind. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It
Mm-hmm.
also sounds like because ain't that's where marriage comes from or some shit like that. You know, where the parents used to, or the mother and the king or whatever used to like have to go to another or bring another person over from another rich bloodline or whatever, and they would like court them type shit. So that's what that sounds like, just drafting another person into your on your teams type shit.
They're basically plagiarizing the creator, bro. What they're trying to do is the creator share his energy with all of us, and it's separated to all of us, but we all think, I mean, for our own, but through the creator's energy. But what it does is sucks everybody else's energy and makes it think like them, the opposite. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like trying to plagiarize it. It's taking energy instead of like spreading it out and giving it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Hey,
know. Yeah, I
listen,
get what you're
you
saying.
you can't tell me that the God of the Bible and this ain't no vampiric cult because it's all about blood sacrifice, blood, the shedding of blood to please this God. This God so bloodthirsty. He said, in order for me to have mercy and forgive a person, I gotta make my son. Somebody gotta. Blood is the currency. So it ain't like he's saying, give me money, listen, if y'all want to please God, just do good to each other. Do that. It says that, but at the end of the day, it shows you the bloodthirsty remnants of this God El that's requiring blood sacrifice. But then if you look at the Bulgarian derivation of the word vampire, look what you get. Vapor, like a spirit or a ghost, a vapor, you know. So these are like interdimensional beings that don't have a body. They are souls that's trapped in the machine, and they can they can shift into different drone bodies, like I said, but their body been long gone and decomposed. They're just a projection. Because what I'm telling you is this: I believe what Sheol is, and this is just me now going into my belief now. I believe Sheol, this pit in the middle of the earth, is an ancient burial pit for the first fucking creators of this simulation that died, and they buried their bodies deep in the earth. But in those tombs are Neuralink chips, like indestructible black boxes that is serving like a projection point for them to project their consciousness up above to the surface of the earth and be world leaders and politicians and shit. So they can't die. They can just keep transmitting their conscious wirelessly to a different drone body. That would be their form of death. It's like a fake form of dying. It's just body swapping, but they really living on forever right here. But it's like this a movie called Journey to the Center of the Earth, where the dude trying to unlock some code or something. But the truth is that I believe if we go to this pit in the middle of the earth, we're gonna see that the earth is a big ass pyramid, and that the pharaoh did bury himself in the pit of. Because when you go to Giza, they say where the pharaoh is buried in the base chamber down here where Sheol would be. Like if you look at a layout of the pyramid, where the pharaoh would be buried at would be this same little chamber where Sheol at in the earth. And I was like, damn, earth is a big pyramid, and what if the pharaoh who created this shit, his old body is a reference point for him to keep respawning in Sheol? Like if we can go in, it's like trying to find the chief vampire, and when you kill him, all the drones drop dead.
Bro, that was tough, bro. Because even the word Sheol is just holes. HOLES. Sheol is holes. So even earlier when you were talking about the great arc, remember, I keep telling you about the unit circle. You know what I'm saying? from 0 to 180, that's literally a triangle. You know what I'm saying? Like if you
Damn.
pull up the unit circle with this, so the base world is being broadcast on the 180 arc. You know, yeah, you can pull that up for me right there. So right there through the dielectric inertial plane, everything plays out in life, but it also replicates as a mirage below. Everything else below is negative. You know, this is everything, bro. This is where all the math, this is how you graph a wave. Nigga, this is the only way you would be able to graph anything in a resonant chamber. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So the top arc, the top arc, man, bro, I can, we gonna go in, you know, but I just want you to see this, the 180 degree. This is what forms the triangle. You know what I'm saying? This the ruler in the middle, the 90 degrees angle, you know, like, but I just wanted to show that I agree with what you're saying about the pyramid. You know, it's a mentality, the pyramid, you know, the fire in the middle, the same Sheol, hell.
Yeah.
You know, even another thing I wanted to tell
But
you,
you
because
know
you
what,
can,
bro, hold up, bro. Did you hear what you just did? And it just went over my head. I didn't even see it. You said pura. And at the same time, I was looking right here. Look, one of the etymological roots to vampire is apir, which right here, another form of that is puri. So think about what the vampire is. It's a resurrection thing for the pharaoh who is like a fucking man. This keep going, bro. Hold up.
yes,
Hold
I
up.
can I can even go a little bit further, bro. Like if you pull up Tesla vortex mathematics, if you, I know, I just want to
I
show you
got
the
you.
pyramid,
Oh yeah. I
the
got you. That
Tesla
that was
vortex.
crazy. This nigga
And
here.
why you doing that? Also, that makes sense because there's this test done where they put like fruits in different like
Not
different
even
shapes
that
and
one.
shit.
Not even
And
that one, bro. The just put vortex mathematics. Yeah, right there, bro. Yeah, click on that one right there. So
Yeah.
they put
you see that 369 in the middle, right? Now
Uh-huh.
this goes along with damn, what's that pyramid shit you always pull up, man? Plato's. You know how Plato's
Okay.
shit break down into the
Uh-huh.
369. So everything in nature it doubles itself. So 1 + 1 this is how energy moves as well, too. You know what I'm saying? Infinite energy. And this symbol is represented in, man, you can see this symbol I got
Bro,
plenty of shit to
look,
show
bro,
you.
today's title is about Freemasonry, and that's your compass and square right there. You go ahead. I already
Exactly.
see you.
Literally. So 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. You see how it goes down? 4 + 4 = 8. 8 + 8 = 16, which is 7. You see what I'm saying? Now 7 + 7 = 14, which is 5. Then 5 + 5 = 1 again. So it's infinite
Yeah.
energy. This is
Come on, man.
binary. This is
Come on, man.
binary. This is
Language.
bi-
Yeah.
this is binary. This is literally how binary can start, 0 and 1. But the only numbers that's not being effective is the 3, the 6, and the 9. You see Mount Meru in the middle? It's like it's
Mm-hmm.
literally projecting everything else. You know that you can call this Sheol, and I want to build further on this because I want to show you how this symbol is literally showing you how energy is generated. It's harvest. Energy ain't created. You know what I'm saying? This is a motor, bro. This is Tesla oscillator. This is man, nigga, bro. We gonna sit down. We gonna break this all down for the people. But I just wanted you to see this too because this is how binary is. Binary
Yeah.
is also an operating system, just like how we speak, what thoughts are. Like literally, mankind is on an operating system, which is called the hexadecimal system. And this shit is the hex. This is what created the letter A, the alpha
Damn.
bet. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, the moment you said the hex, I thought of the universal hexagram. That's this. Damn.
Oh yeah, bro. This is from Aten as well, bro. This is literally what created the alphabet. You know, the ox, the OX, the paradox. You know, even if you spell the word Parad, that's a paradox. The P is the D with Ria in the middle, para, and then the ox. Like I want to show this shit though. I
That's
don't
so
want to
crazy.
just talk. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
crazy, bro, because that pyra keep coming up with pyramid and pyre and
Yes.
vampire and all that. Damn, that's
Mhm.
crazy.
This is an
Pyra,
amp. This is an amp as well, bro. This is
yeah.
what turns energy up, turns it down. You know, like this is,
Damn, bro.
you know, hell yeah. An amp is just map. You know, the same AE map we've been talking about. AE Tor. AE Tor, the AE map, you know, but nigga, this
This
shit is
is
really,
fire.
oh yeah,
That
bro.
nigga's, bro, this is fucking look like the Adidas symbol too when you look at it
Uh-huh.
a certain way. With
It is,
little
bro.
three little leaves going up type shit. But
I got
yeah,
plenty of
you, you
collage
you
with
you know what
other
else?
symbols. Go ahead, though.
You know what else those it looked like some three pyramid Giza type shit. Like I'm just looking at the whole layout is a bunch of symbols that was trying to give us this whole Tesla code, man. You
Oh,
want it?
bro, wait till we. No, I got shit that I'll show. I want everybody on the panel to speak too, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
nigga, this is, you see the Jesus in the middle, Yeshua. Even that breaks down in binary. All this shit is in binary. And me and you went through this, you know, before, you know, a long, long time ago. But that's Jesus in the middle, the right there. This is Mount Meru, Mary producing bam. You see the bam,
Yeah.
bam, bam. You know, right there in the middle. You know what I'm saying? But we'll break this shit down further, my nigga. I just wanted you to see that. That's that 369. This is light and sound. This shit is everything, family. You know what I'm saying? But when I called in and we was talking about the resonant chamber, which you can only graph in geometry, so it was only so fire that you brought back the G from the original moment when you were talking about the G can also mean geometry, because this is the
Mm-hmm.
only way we can view the wave, the sine wave, the sine wave and the cosine wave. That's the cosmos. This is cosmology. You know what I'm saying? Like once you go back to the unit circle that I was showing you, you know, but everything is in the fucking sine wave. It's like we're living in sin. We're living in sign, you know? It's just crazy. And then you tied it all back up to the synagogue. Like, wow, bro, the son of God. Like this, bro, just keep going. I don't want to just keep talking, but I'm excited. I appreciate people get to see the shit you just did, my nigga. You know?
You know,
Hell
for sure.
yeah.
Because I'm just soaking up the knowledge. Definitely.
Hell yeah, man. Salutes to the panel. I'm gonna leave the flow open, man. Y'all cooking. Y'all keep on. I'm gonna just check out some of these scriptures and back y'all up. And what this will do, it'll just back up everything we saying. So, you know what I'm saying? With references, let them know. It said the work of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. When it say idols, it got the word dolls in it. Remember we were talking about voodoo dolls and the toy type shit. Cause the idol, if you think about it, it's just a doll. It's like a G.I. Joe to a kid or a Barbie doll to a woman. Your fucking idol is your doll to your religious group. Like a little boy is flying with his Superman. If he really believe in it, he gonna say Superman will save me from this boogeyman. If he literally believed in Superman. But see, I'm telling you, they literally programming you to go to the religion when they giving you G.I. Joe and all that shit. They just priming you as a child to have the concept of something needing to be saved and some saving it. So it'll be normalized to you to, yeah, man, I got a savior. You just a big boy with a toy called Jesus. It's a little statue or graven image. But another thing about these graven images, what I like how I break this shit down is just saying that how the body is literally the same thing to the soul. So at the end of the day, after I get through teaching to the religious person about they false God, I can take that same teaching and teach it to y'all about your false body that your soul in. And it'll be the same. It'll apply to both, which is just so crazy and dope about how this shit layer into everything. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, because it's the same shit. Graven images. And and Thessalonians speak of the work of Satan in that book. And I like to look at the name of the book. I know that these words come from ancient places and all that, but I still like to do what I'm doing because the word Tesla, it just, I can rearrange that and get Tesla now. Tesla from that. Now, in this Thessalonians, you can get Tesla from that. And in that book, it'll speak of Elon Musk technology. How fucking ironic. What else? I just be using Chat GPT sometime, well, most of the time now, to do things that Google would take forever to do for me. And these cats, hold on a second. The concept of digital manipulation. Okay. So I'm just looking for any scriptures or references to false images, and then I'm using it like a scripture finder. Go get my scriptures. So it's going to give me some Exodus. We read that one, Jeremiah. Right here, I want to read this one. Every man is senseless and without knowledge. Every goldsmith is put to shame by his graven image, for his molten image is a lie, and there is no breath in them. Anybody can cut in, but I'm going to just go through all of these scriptures that's associated with the topic, and then we'll go to wherever y'all want to go. But y'all can cut me off with this whenever. This is just filling in. Let's see here. Take you. Yeah, this one here I like because in the book of Deuteronomy, again, what is the first two words? A duet is like two people together. It's still giving me like imagery to the duat, the book of Deuteronomy. It's like duet is duat. Take ye therefore good heed, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure. Remember, I looked up the meaning of the word graven image in Hebrew. Who remember that? And it was pestle. You ain't touch on that awakening. Hey, Von Hall, salutes to my brother Von Hall. Happy birthday, bro. Love, respect, and appreciation for waking me up. Man, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, salutes, Von Hall. Bro, it ain't much I could say. You went straight ahead and tied it to Pixel. You know, it's that was it. Oh, you know what though? When you was going with the Pisa, even the Tower of Pisa, you know, in Paris, like the Tower of Pisa, it's literally a tower as well. You know what I'm saying? That was stupid, bro. You know, even a pizza, nigga, that's the AE map. You know?
Facts.
And it's broken down. It's broken down into 8 because everything on the ruler is even broken down in 8. That's the math we don't have anymore from nature. You know what I'm saying? 8 means everybody eat. Everybody ate. You know what I'm saying? Once we take that ruler back, you know what I'm saying? Everything on the ruler. The ruler is the clock. It's the same shit, my nigga. A square feet. You know what I'm saying? That's why all the fucking Egyptians, all of them, they got their feet like the way they got it. You know what I'm saying? That's a square feet knowledge. You know, but you know, man, I want to show some. Me and you gonna do a stream though, man.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Email me and let's set it up. You know how we do it.
Yes, sir. We will. I'm gonna let you enjoy your birthday, man. Enjoy the people showing love.
Oh
but
yeah,
But you know, even the what they call it, the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You know, you was going in, bro. You was going in.
Watch this, right? The word Pisa come from the word pizzle, but the word pizzle, in addition to everything I said it's also the penis of a bull. Why is that important? The word Pisa, if you rearrange it, it becomes the word Apis, which is the bull in Egypt. Now watch this. The penis of the bull is the fucking leaning tower of Pisa is the dick of Osiris, just like the obelisk in Egypt goes back to the talking about the penis, because Osiris was the bull. But this is real talk, y'all. Osiris had spread around the world, so Pisa is Apis, and it's literally the same sort of towers we see in Egypt, representing the same concept about the simulation. But think about it, it's a flogging instrument. So what is a flogging tool? Let's pull it up. I want to show y'all. It's basically, flogging is like you getting disciplined or some sort of like, but it's kind of like you getting, let me pull up the definition. A punishment, right? Whipped and all that, beat. But see, that's what I'm saying about why would a bull penis, because you know they supposed to make a bull whip with it. You know what I'm saying? With the bull's penis. It's crazy because when they was talking about punishment and all that, and whipping you and flogging you with a bull penis, they literally talking about this whole this tower type shit, because the bull is Moloch. And when souls go in the bull, they get molded in the furnace. And that fire is hot in hell. That's like a uncomfortable molding process or flogging, like this whole life. So it goes into deeper teaching than just the penis. And a lot of Kemetic priests who they are Masons, they ain't gonna go that deep. Just like what Awakening Mind said a while back, penis is spine when you rearrange it, because they were sinking the male phallus to the story of how consciousness rise up the spinal cord. They was telling you how sperm discharges from the penis to bring life, but also showing you how the hole in the top of your head is like the penis tip. Put it this way, what the Kemetic people were saying. Let me show y'all something real quick. Watch this. Watch this. When you go up in the dome or the mosque or the cathedral, you're in the realm of the Father. You're in the Father's house, because what this is saying is like everybody in here got white robes on in the temple, and they're supposed to be sperm cells that's waiting to go out their father's penis. But the father's penis is also the spinal cord. So what, I know that sound crazy, but what it is the ancestors was saying string theory. All points in time are tied together. So as your soul is rising up to Polaris, your father's sperm is swimming toward the mother's egg. So when we see the image of Enoch rising up to this sky vault in his white robe, that's talking about rebirth and consciousness transforming into a sperm again as it travels through the waters, right after it's been discharged from the Father, which is what? Jonah leaving the whale, Yahweh kicking you out the terrarium, get your ass out of here. Joke's over. The simulation's over. You're going to be molded and be better when you leave Moloch. But us exiting out of this vault is like, let me zoom in. This little hole right here is like I said, let's think of an ice lake with a hole cut in it like this right here. I did this a while back. I don't want to be too redundant. Let me show you something. So let's say we at the bottom up under an ice lake, and we're looking up trying to find our way out the darkness, and the only thing we see is this hole, because we down here under the water like in Atlantis. We in the rising up upon death through the primordial waters. We headed toward the sky vault, and it's gonna be just like this underwater scuba diver going to the hole he cut, like I was saying. But that's what that is. It's like water filling that up, right? Like a Stargate portal in the movie. And when you're going to bust through there like baptism, and take a breath like, God damn it, that shit. And when the version of you that's going to resurface through that hole is going to be a refined, purified kick at a way better version than the one in the casket. And you're going to keep rising up to your greater versions. It's really that simple, but this is how all things connect, because on a spiritual level, your soul is a ball of light that's traveling toward a stargate. But in a higher realm, in a parallel reality above this realm, your mama and daddy is creating you. You see what I'm saying? So all points in time are woven together. And if that confuses you, think about it this way. If you falling in a dream when you hit the ground and you in the bed, you land back in your bed, basically. Because it's like death in that world was awakening in this world, and the action that killed you in that world woke you up in this world. So when you having a dream about falling, it's a big lesson you can learn from that, a deep spiritual lesson, because that's exactly what we going through here. But yeah, I'm gonna let other people cut in. Y'all can cut me off at any point, but yeah, the whole thing about this being the penis of the father, or the bull Apis Osiris, and the whole concept about the penis being the spine, this would be like what it'll be like to be in your father as a sperm cell, and then when you ejaculate out of this hole right here, you're now in the ocean. This is like you leaving a submarine as a scuba diver, and now they saying you leaving outside of the submarine to travel in the ocean. Once you enter this, you in the ocean. You on your journey to the realm above, the waters above. But you just left the earth. So the whole thing is like you could Enoch, all of them, got images leaving through here. But what I think what it is, I think once we surface up through the highest heaven, then yeah, I don't want to keep repeating myself. We end up in the base reality. But let me see here. So a flogging instrument used for like discipline. Now it all makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. I like how you had tied hell and heaven together earlier. You know what I'm saying? And when you say hell and heaven together, you get 11. Like if you anybody in the chat, even you, bro, hell and heaven, you say together, you get the 11 and 11. You still get you facing self, the face off, but man, you was going ham, nigga. But I wanted you to hear that one too, bro. Hell and heaven. 11, hell, literally.
And just how you can have that word even in seven, and seven's supposed to be like the number of the highest heaven, and you got the word even because it represents that's the place where balance is taking place. And I'm tripping because I'm like, at some point the V and the D must have been interchangeable, because the word even I know is a direct play on Eden, where everything is balanced at, you know what I'm saying, or heaven.
Hell yeah, bro. And it's also 0 and 1. Like if you're looking at 0 and 1, you see 0 and 1, but 0 and 1 literally just means one. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Facts.
you know what I mean?
Facts.
And that whole concept behind the matrix, it goes back to everything you've been saying, my nigga. The Ma trick, but the binary code, bro, like that's gonna be the next thing we really, really break down, though, And we did this before, but that binary code, that 0 and 1, man. That 0 and 1 is something else.
It is, though. It definitely is, man. Book of Enoch 98 and 7 say, woe to them that build their houses with sin and make for themselves images and idols that deceive. The watchers teach forbidden arts. Okay. Miserable are they, and And in dead things is their hope, who call them gods, which are the works of men's hands. I really think that all of the idols that's forged by man is really talking about the avatars and deep fakes of us in these parallel realities, man. And them making these things celebrities and stars when really they were gods. And, you know, that's just, I think all of this stuff lost the original meaning, but, you know. But, see, I want to make sure I go over all this before I leave. Because I don't want to, I want to use this video to reference this stuff instead of all these slides. I'm putting it on record, basically. Let's see.
I also wanted to tell you when you was breaking down Genesis and the generator, because no matter what, we can't get past what energy is, you know, what earth is, you know, and when you was talking about generate, so the word Genesis, even while that's the so-called beginning, you know, Genesis is just G sensei. You know, like one of my quotes is G sensei, all I see is energy. Even when you say sees energy, that's Genesis, you know, but you was going in, man. But I want you to know that Genesis is also G sensei, you know, I understand, or you know, G sensei, all I see is energy. You know what I'm saying, my nigga? You know, we can.
Bro. Yeah, you know we're going to have to put together something for the people, though, man,
Facts,
and
bro.
give them something. Yeah, this is fire, man.
But there's a couple more people on the panel, man. I just wanted to salute you, my nigga. Hope you enjoy your birthday today. You've been killing it for years, nigga. You know, this stream was classic. You did your thing on it, man. You know, and it's so much points I want to keep building on, but it's like we're gonna have to review this one. But boy, when you put up the resonating chamber, and I was just thinking about the the Hebrew cosmology, that should just it's the same depiction, it's the same picture, you know. You can't get away from it. Even the throne of God that's sitting on the Hebrew cosmology, that's also the Hamsa hand. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the sacred geometrical of the throne of God, it's also the Hamsa hand, you know, because everything was built from these hands we have, these five fingers. We're infinite beings. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
we're greater than we think, bro. But a lot of us don't think, you know.
That's big fat. Hey, and shout out to K-Set Raps. Much love, y'all. Happy birthday, bro. Taking in all this knowledge so I could be the exemplifier for my young ones. Thanks for this. And so the F and for the effort. Hey, Kate Set Raps, thank you. Much appreciation. Once again, thank all channel members and everyone who supported today's show and sent in birthday gifts. I still want to go through all of this stuff real quick if y'all don't mind. I know you don't. Second Chronicles 26 and 15. In Jerusalem, he made machines invented by skillful men to be on the towers to shoot arrows and great stones. What kind of machine will shoot an arrow and a great stone? We can look at catapults, all that, but it's still referring to. But what's crazy is when you look up the etymology of the word mason, and the word mason come from the word machine. And when you talk about son of the month, remember Sophia is supposed to be like the great mother or whatever, another version of Mary, but she gives birth to the demiurge, which is this hive mind of consciousness full of ego governing the earth. Just like so, but my whole thing, The demiurge said there's no other gods but me. And Jesus said you can't go through the kingdom except for me, or ain't no other gods you can really call on. But that was the whole thing that made the demiurge him, that particular statement. Because before that, everyone was seen as a God and salvation through the self versus directed to one entity. But I can show you many other interpretations of Christ and the demiurge other than the one that we keep sinking to the powers that be on the earth. I hope that don't confuse people. All right, so I was just going pretty much all that. Let's watch this real quick, man. Now that we spoke about NPCs, non-player characters, and all that AI, artificial beings, and people with souls and all that, right? Let's check this clip out right here. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. The people that run the world, they know how the mind works. They know that humans right now want to create a revolution against government. So guess what they doing? They got all of these revolutions going for you to be a part of. They're going to do it before you do it so they can stop it. They know what you think and they going to do it before you. They saying, look, with Trump in office, people going to start revolting and creating revolutions. So guess what happened? All of Trump people created the revolutions, and we think that they working for the people and that they mad at Trump, but it's all a psychological operation. They working with him. He control the opposition. So check it out. Trump gotta get up in there and turn on the people. And when he turn on the people, he know it's gonna lead to revolt. So why not already have people from his camp they already had the blue hat ready. They already had the purple revolution. It was like, damn, it's right there. And it's just, sometime I'd be like, what if all of these groups that came right after Trump started fucking up, rising against them, it's just Trump and the same entities controlling the opposite. They know if we form a grassroots revolution, then that shit gonna be a problem. They do it before you do it. That's just like they know we want to look for other life besides human life. So they gonna look for it before we look for it. And look at what they doing. We looking for non-human life. We trying to find it. And guess what? If I know that there was non-human life on the earth or artificial intelligence, mankind, humanoids running the world, the first thing I would do is lead the department of looking for non-human life. It's reverse psychology. It's like if you think somebody doing it, you won't do it. So we will never look for the non-human life because they're telling us we got it, chill out, go to work. But it's the non-humans telling us they looking for non-humans. And they keep looking in all the wrong places, not finding them. It's just a big government psyop with blurred images. And they rather go ahead and tell you, there go to non-human life, we can't figure it out. And this gonna be a psyop for generations to come, and people gonna equate this psyop to aliens when it's these aliens that's running the psyop. We're in the They Live movie, for real. And the world is a stage. They ain't trying to let this simulation go, man.